Welcome to Adventure Right Now, where you can help us write a story as a community. This is the first of a 5-week event where we are going to develop act by act by act each part of a choose your own adventure story for the month of Nanowrimo. So come join us. We're going to be inviting special guests throughout the month, and we have a lot scheduled because we're starting right now. All right, welcome to the community, and let me bring up my wonderful co-host, everyone's favorite, ChatSol. Welcome, welcome, my friend. We are super excited to bring this up for you guys.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome.
So for those of you guys who don't know what Adventure Right Now is, we wanted to bring a live community event where we can just write a story together. We're going to be creating the manuscript and the game script together at the same time. Now, so I'll let you take it away if you want to just give a little description about what we're doing with this event.
All right, so this event known as Adventure Right Now, basically we are going to be taking the story that we're going to be going with, Hermes the Cat. It is kind of a prelude to what the Right Now community did earlier this year. And it is it's a mystery thriller with a survivor in the supernatural world. And so what we'll be doing is over the next 4 weeks, including today, we will actually be writing the story itself. On the streams, we will mainly be focusing on the manuscript, while during the week, or maybe at the end of streams, we will also be doing a little bit of the game writing. I will share my screen so people can see what's going on. On the very last week is when we're actually going to submit the story, the manuscript, and we are going to do a live playthrough of the game, which is when I will share a link so that other people can play it as well.
Awesome. And then here, so everybody can see. So here are all 4 stories that you guys voted on. These were the 4 stories of the event that you guys chose over the course of the past couple weeks. This is what you guys wanted to play. So based off the story that we're going to be creating over the month of November, you guys chose that you wanted to write a mystery thriller genre. You wanted it to take place in a supernatural type world. You wanted our hero to be a survivor. Well, we'll say because we ended up going with the survivor archetype, essentially a survivor type character. And then you want the story plot to revolve around everyone's lovable feline Hermes the cat. This time he is not quite in purgatory. Will he ever make it to purgatory? Because he just wants to live his last life in peace. But the ghosts of his 8 former lives have other plans for him. Will this cat survive? Only time will tell. Maybe. So there's so many ideas, so much that we're going to be going into. We are absolutely excited to be able to dive into this. Now, let's talk about how we're going to be framing today's live stream, how we're going to be framing the schedule, because we're going to be breaking this up into section by section so we can start writing the story together. But before I do that, I want to welcome everybody into the stream. Eva, welcome, my friend. ML, what's up? And Megan, glad to have you guys in here. Everyone's super creative. So I know we're going to be able to get some great ideas and stories out here. Miss Courtney Stevenson, welcome to the stream. Susan, welcome back. Glad to have you. LeMay, what's up? All right. And Nil, welcome. By the way, Nil, we saw your submission. So clever. So clever. I love it. I absolutely love it. Which brings us into a perfect segue. Do you want to be involved with this? Do you want to be part of the community or part of writing the story? So what we're doing is this is actually part of let me pull up the right screen. So this is, we started this as part of National Writers Month. So you see, we already have the profile set up for Adventure Right Now. Now this is just the generic thing. We'll adjust this to the story, which looks like it's going to be Hermes the cat, and we will update the word progress as we go. Now, if you want to be involved, there's 2 ways for you to be involved. Let's see, I think I have that right here.
Yep. The
Beautiful.
very first is our submission form. So there's a link to it on the Discord in the Adventure Right Now category. And so if you want to help out, please do. There are 2 types of credits that you can earn for helping out. If you just want to give some ideas, if your idea is used, you will actually get the inspired by credit at the end of the game. And if you actually write a part, you will also get a co-author credit.
So this is going to be super cool. You're going to get to watch us the entire time. We're going to be switching back and forth from writing the story on the manuscript and then also switching over to as Souls developing the coding as they're putting the game together. So you get to experience both. And then by the end of the month, we'll get to see both projects come to life. This is so cool. Like, I know as a storyteller, we get to visualize it in our minds, craft all the ideas together, and then at the end of the month we're going to get to play it. Like, that is literally the coolest thing. So we've essentially created this submission form link. I just dropped it in the chat, also down in the YouTube description. If you want to be involved, whether you just want to chill here and offer ideas or write part of the story together. So this link will be available. We also have the schedule. So for today, for our schedule of events, we're going to be plotting out, building out the plot, develop the characters, and flesh out the general world. Think of today as we want your ideas to help us figure out, like, okay, what's the core story going to be like? What is our direction over the course of the next 5 weeks? Because we have a hefty goal. We have to write 50,000 words for this story over the course of 5 live streams or 5 weeks, so to speak. So you see, each of the following Saturdays, we're going to be focusing on each act. We're going to be doing a 3-act structure as we build this game out. We're going to probably have special guests joining us on each of the 3 acts. I have a couple of tentative guests, so we'll announce that next week. Super cool. And then the last Saturday of November will be our live playthrough, and we'll be turning in the manuscript. Once again, anybody who wants the co-author credit will have the certificate that we'll be able to share with anybody who was involved in writing and putting the story together. Yep. So that will be very, very cool. Now, what we're going to be doing for today, like I said, we're going to be breaking down each of the sections and coming up with ideas of the character, world, plot, and all of that jazz. So, like I said, we have each of these elements. We're going to be putting them together and seeing how we're going to be fitting all of these together from the mystery thriller genre, the supernatural world, the lost character archetype, and our Hermes the cat. And like, so by the way, I didn't even announce, I think I had the perfect shirt for this. I had to get like my cat shirt just to,
this is awesome.
I was like, I had to represent our cat culture over here. I was like, what better stream than my Necromancer?
Now I just need Crow to come in here and he would just be he would just make it even better.
Awesome. So let's see. It looks like Megan, I put it in my form, but I think I might have added something different because I was understanding the idea for the form. But I do like to come up with ideas. But I think I wrote something different on the form involving one of my characters and stuff. So do you want to go check out Megan's and just make sure that it's that it
I'm
works?
looking at it now.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. So Megan, we'll check it out and we'll let you know. Perfect shirt for this story, right? I feel like we might need a Neko kitty in this story. You know, just saying, we might need a Necromancer. Just put it out there. You know. So all right. So let's see. So what we're going to do, so I'm just going to pull up a Word document so we can start drafting the different elements together, because I want to make sure that we can walk away from today with a very clear understanding of what is the specific story we're writing, how we're breaking it up into the 3 acts, and then give you a clear idea at the end of the stream. We're going to be creating the prologue, the opening of the story. So that way, for those who want to write next week and be involved, you can start writing a path of your own starting next week for the first act of the story. And yeah, and let's see, are there any other things? let me think. Are there any other things that we need to talk about? Let's see. So we should probably explain how to write the pathing. So I know I want you to show the game. So we have a couple more things to go into. So let's. Do you want to share what you're going to be doing on the game end of it? Those of you
Yeah, I'll
guys
go ahead
know,
and
like,
share that so that way people can kind of get an idea now.
right?
I'm not
So,
actually going to write anything at the moment,
mhm.
partially because I need more details, but also I don't want to go on too long with it and bore people.
Yep. So we're going to be switching back and forth. So you guys will be working on the manuscript for the draft. We'll be doing this together. And then at the same time, Soul's also going to be working on the game itself. So I'll let you take it away on what you're doing on your end.
All right, so this program is called Twine. Wow, ignore the Zoom, please. So this program is called Twine. This is one of the most common ones used for making text-based games. All of these are mine that I've been working on over this year. Obviously, one of them is definitely a school assignment that I had a few months ago. These two here are actually my company's first official game. One of them is just more kind of like a basic demo intro. The other is actually the very early start to the official outline. Wolf in the Woods was the first one that I did. I have a link for that somewhere. I'll share it in the Discord sometime. And then A Dog's Life, The Stray. For anyone who has found Soul Wolf online on the Choice of Games forum, this is one of the games I'm known for. And yes, I know this looks like a lot. All of this is just one big game. This game is actually this part of the game is actually done. It is simply known as The Stray, where you play as a stray dog and you learn how to survive. And I had to end it early. It was part of a school assignment, but this one's actually published. So here you can see him a little bit closer. I will show you one of the major choices. So this one's not a major. This is from major choices. There's coding on it. It is very annoying.
So I know like this is the coding side of it. And I know for me, like I know nothing about coding. What does this look like? So if this is the back end of it, what does like the front, like the gamer, what would the gamer see?
The gamer is going to see a black screen with text on it.
Okay.
That's
So
all they're going to see.
Like the text-based. Yep. So the text-based adventure. Okay.
And then here it is. All right. This is one of the major choices that actually branches out into other paths. What this would actually look like is when you see this on the screen, you're gonna hear audio, and then you're gonna see all this text, but you're not gonna see the stuff in parentheses. That is behind the scenes. But then you will see this where you will see cross the street, walk down the block and go around the corner and just explore. But it's going to lead into these choices right here. And then it all kind of narrows down into one point where you get to the end.
Awesome. So I think that's really, really cool. And especially from a choose your own adventure style, each of those are like the different options. What we'll do is at the end of the stream, make sure you stick around because Soul is going to play one of the games. So that way you can see the game, one of the, like a game style played live.
And also real quick, LeMay, I just want to say, I think this is C. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it's C.
Great,
yes,
great question.
I know I should know, but it's been like 3 months since I touched the program.
for some coding talk over here, which I absolutely love. So touching upon Megan, we both saw your submission. Let's see. We both saw your submission that you put it in there. Absolutely. I think you have a really great idea. And I think you're definitely going to be able to incorporate that. 100%. I love this like idea with this library and a grimoire and another mysterious cat, which is that's a great idea. I love that. So I think that's definitely something we're going to be able to get into. I am super excited about this. Awesome. I completely agree, Courtney. The fact that Soul has this ability to be able to like do game development, which Soul, I know that's your background in, is so exciting. which is why that we partnered on this event with Soul with your game studio. What's the name of your game studio again?
Eclipse Studios. My
Eclipse
company,
Studios.
it's still new. We don't have any games yet, and it's primarily just myself and maybe my husband if he helps me. But eventually, my game studio is going to be known for animal protagonist games, choose your own adventures, and story-driven games. Yeah, graphics may not be the best, but my God, if my games don't make you cry or feel something, then I failed.
Oh man, which I totally believe in you. I know, and I know the community does as well. So
yeah, currently I have 5 different projects planned. 2 of them are in the works, which this is being one of them. The whole adventure right now, and then Stunning Survival, which that one I might reveal more about that one in the Discord as I get more, because that is a visual text based. But yeah, no, I'll talk about that later.
Awesome. So what we'll do, I know what we'll do is I'll go over how we'll create the paths on the back end. I would say let's get into developing the story, because I'll go over the pathing strategy. For anyone who's played a Choose Your Own Adventure, you're probably familiar with the format. For those of you who aren't, it's essentially there's a text. You choose which option you want to go. Character walks up to a forest. Do they choose to enter the forest or go follow the goblin that's waving at them from behind a tree? And then whichever path you choose, that takes you further in the story. So I'll go into the pathing element of it. We'll do it a little later, since right now I would say let's start getting into how developing the core story itself. So that will give us an idea of how we want to start what story we're going to be putting together. So once again, these are 4 options. We have the mystery thriller. Actually, I'll copy those down into the beginning of this thing. So our 4 options. All right, perfect. So for you guys, you can see here, right? So these are the things, and obviously our story was Hermes. It's the cat versus 8 past lives. All right, so here we have the genre, the world, the archetype, and the past lives. Now, as we break down a story and as we really think about, like, okay, what are the different elements? We've broken it up into the different parts of story development, right? So we're going to be diving into the character development. We're going to be diving into the world building, the plot, and then how we're going to structure this into these 5 elements. Now, the other 2 elements that I always consider part of the writing process is, of course, dialogue and grammar. Grammar, we're not really going to worry about for now, since that generally tends to be on the edit. And our goal is just to create the rough draft of it. And then dialogue, that's all right. I don't think that's something we need to worry about at this current point in time. So
the
we're going to
dialogue
focus.
can be polished later.
Exactly. So that's why we're going to focus on character, world building, plot, and structure, the 4 important elements of story development. All right. So without further ado, let's go into, so let's first off, let's do a quick deep dive of our character, because I think character development is very, very important. So we're going to start off with our character development, and I'm going to adjust this. Perfect. So we have that. So we're going to be starting off with our character development portion of this story. All right. So we would absolutely love your ideas. So as we think about character development, and we're going to probably we'll take a little bit and we'll start thinking about our core protagonist. Now, I know that all of you guys chose, and I can probably do this since we clearly know that Hermes is our core character. We'll do that and that. Perfect. So we know that Hermes is our core protagonist. So as we think about this, let's see, let me pull this up. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to start creating the different elements of Hermes. Now, we do have some of his core character traits from previous. We could definitely adjust his character traits. That doesn't have to be anything that's set in stone. But there are a couple things that we had done previously with Hermes. So we know that our core hero is our protagonist, is Hermes the cat. Now, what we know from the plot so far is that he's Hermes the cat. Let's see, and we'll do a little bit of a bio. So we know that Hermes the cat, he's the protagonist. Let me think. So, what are some good story elements for a bio that we should jot down?
Well, let's see. We should have like a general idea of his personality. For one, see, so let's see, general personality. We need to know what drives him.
Let's see. So wants and needs, right? I would say wants, goals, wants and desires / needs, goals. That's all. Motivation. What does he want? All right. And then let's see, what does strengths, weaknesses? What else? Belief?
Motivation, strengths, weaknesses, belief.
What other things? I think these are some good initial things. Let's go. I mean, his appearance is pretty straightforward, but we could include a little appearance just so we're always clear on who he is. Okay. So what we'll do is with character development, we'll do this core stuff for Hermes, and then we essentially have 8 different cats. So we're going to have to do 8 different cat type personalities. Now, I don't think we need to go something too crazy, but I think what we can do is we can attribute some type of personality trait or some type of obstacle, some type of belief that we want to be attached to each of these cats, which are basically previous versions of Hermes' former lives. These are the ghosts or not so ghosts that Hermes will be facing. So,
and they while they can't be the same, I think it's okay if a couple of them are similar to each other, as long as there are clear differences.
Yeah, in the original core Hermes the cat story, I think we had determined that each version or each life of Hermes was like a different style of cat. So because like he was always like Hermes at the core, but every time he kind of looked different. And I think that actually can work well for this. Like there would
Also,
be
like a reincarnation thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Essentially, each version was like a reincarnation, and I think that plays well into this. Well, each of them are going to have like a Hermesism, that makes them all Hermes. And I think the perfect way to do this is for anyone who's seen something like Rick and Morty. So I don't know if you've seen Rick and Morty, but like there's a trillion Ricks in there, trillion Mortys. They're all Ricks and they're all Mortys, but there's different styles. So I think it's something that kind of in that direction where we have different styles, but more as it pertains to Hermes' journey.
Yeah, it's basically the same cat, but minute differences between each of them. And I will say for the Mass Toaster, no, with me writing this, at least one of the lives is going to be a ginger cat, or at least have a ginger cat's personality. I'm not writing this without making at least one life ginger.
Yes, I approve. So, Mass Toaster, I was asking a great question. Is there any backstory we need to know about Hermes the cat? I wasn't here when y'all was doing that story. So, for those of you who missed out, I'm not going to pull too much from the original core story. So let's go here. Let's go pre-existing backstory. What is important that we need to know that was previously created, which we'll call canon. What is considered canon for the Hermes the cat story so far? Pre-existing. And so this story, Hermes the cat versus this story, is essentially a prequel. This story is a prequel. I hope I spelled that right. Prequel. No, yeah, no. We'll see if Coffin can spell a prequel, right? No. All right. What does ChatGPT? Oh yeah. I was like, I don't know why I thought that. So this story is a prequel, so that way you guys know the original core story. And I'll just do asterisk so that way everybody knows. So protagonist Hermes the cat, pre-existing story was Hermes travels through the 9 levels of purgatory to, or let's see, Hermes travels through the 9 levels of purgatory to Hermes was out of lives. Hermes ran out of lives and traveled through the 9 levels of purgatory to return to life, along with his flying. I forgot what his mouse's name. He meets like a flying mouse like sidekick. All right, I remember that with his sidekick, the flying mouse. So this is the pre-existing story. Now, essentially, because this story is a prequel, Hermes still has 1 life. So Hermes technically is on his last life. So we'll say that this is the original story. And then the prequel story, which is what we're writing. So prequel story, Hermes is on his last life. So do you think that's clear?
Yes.
Perfect. So this is the story that we're writing. So this story is a prequel, or we'll put Hermes versus the cat versus the 8 ghosts. I was like, what? I framed it somewhere. What did I call it? Hermes the cat versus. Did I call it versus the 8 ghosts?
We've said 8 ghosts, but we've also said 8 lives.
Oh, 8 lives. Yeah, that's what it was. So Hermes the cat versus the 8 past lives versus the 8 past lives is a prequel. Okay, there we go. So we have our original story. So that way, anybody who's just coming into this and isn't familiar, we're just going to say that this is basically what you need to know. But since we're in a prequel, this story isn't really going to affect the story we're working on now, since technically this story is a prequel. So Megan, not Megan, Mass, that was a great question. Is Hermes fully anthropic? Can you walk and use paws like hands and speak, or is it an internal monologue? Hermes is fully anthropic. Great question. And I think because I remember we had thought about that for a while. I think basically Hermes is kind of like, think of the animated version of Puss in Boots. Same idea.
Oh, so we're doing that kind of Hermes.
Mm-hmm. So it's that kind of idea where not to that same extent, not the same exact character type, but in terms of movement and capability, where Hermes is able to interact with the environment. And I think that works best because it gives you more flexibility for character movement and development as compared to a cat, just a pure cat. Now, the great thing is we can play around with this. Hermes could be a much more inactive protagonist and prefer to just act like a cat. We could make Hermes more like a Garfield if you guys would prefer to have Hermes be more like a Garfield in the story, or make Hermes more like a Puss in Boots. I'm open to either, whatever sounds the most fun.
And I will say this from the game writing perspective, I can write animals a lot better than I can humans. So no matter what we do with Hermes, yeah, no, it's gonna be a hell of a lot better than if I write a person.
Ooh, Masschester, I love this question. Wait, does he regenerate like the Doctor? I love it, Doctor Who fan. Woo! Masschester, you're my favorite. The Doctor. Right now, Hermes doesn't necessarily have a regeneration of. I mean, I think we had thought about it in the sense that cats are considered to have 9 lives. So each time he dies, he's basically reincarnated in a new life. We hadn't really talked about what is the effect of like when he dies, does he like turn into the other cat? I think so far we had thought like when he dies, he just starts off like a whole new life. We could do something like the Doctor if that's something you guys really want. I would love that. I'm like Doctor Who fan over here, but we hadn't determined that, Toaster. That's a great question. But yeah, so we're definitely he is definitely a ginger at some point. Absolutely, 100%. Ginger
I
Hermes.
got a ginger at home, and I would love to make a version of Hermes based off sunspots.
Yes. So we're gonna have to come up with the 8 versions. So I think we already know. So we'll put our other characters. So the 8 cats, and we'll come back to our 8 cat, the 8 ghosts of Hermes. Because we're gonna have to come up with each of them. And clearly one of them is going to have to be the ginger. What's that? The ginger cat?
Yep.
A ginger Hermes. So I think we've already determined that one of them is Ginger Hermes. I think we're clear on that one. I approve.
Okay.
That sounds great. So we'll come back. We'll get each of these ones and we'll kind of refine just some maybe personality types that we want to play with. Now for Hermes itself, and we're totally open to ideas here. Let's see, but before I do this, just want to make sure I'm caught up. Puss in Boots seems easier than Garfield. Yeah. From a character perspective, for Hermes being able to interact with the environment, especially if it being a choose your own adventure, it makes it a little easier that he's anthropomorphic. Yeah, it makes it easier that he's anthropomorphic, but I mean,
for myself, it wouldn't matter. Do a mix. But
I mean, we could do a mix. Like what was that? There's a game that did very well a couple years ago. Was that Cat Story or
Stray?
Stray, yeah. And it's literally just like a cat, and it works, and it just like acts like a normal cat.
Oh, yeah. You get to scratch things.
Yeah, I don't know for anybody who saw, there was a very cute animated film that came out last year called Lucky, on, it was Prime, but it was literally about a cat and this chick who's like very unlucky, but it was cute the way they did the cat. The cat wasn't as anthropomorphic. They were more cat-like, but they had moments of being able to jump around, and I kind of liked that style.
There's also a Studio Ghibli film. I think it's Studio Ghibli, or at least in that kind of style that I keep thinking of, where like the main character actually gets turned into a cat. Can't think of the name of The Cat Returns. That was it.
Yeah, okay, and then we'll just put details that people should know. Details you should know, and we'll add that. Hermes is anthropomorphic. I'm like, hope I spelled that right. Anthropomorphic. Like, we'll see. And let's see. I do not need Grammarly for now. So let's turn off Grammarly. Yeah, we don't need Grammarly right now. Okay, so Hermes is anthropomorphic. So I think that we'll just add this as details for anybody who's coming into the story. Hermes is anthropomorphic. Perfect. And hey, what's up, John? Welcome, my friend. Well, where can I get the full Hermes the cat story once it's done? Great question. So the original story, Hermes the Cat Lost in Purgatory, we didn't actually write the story. We basically developed all the elements, and people loved that. We did that back in June. This story, the Hermes the Cat versus the 8 Past Lives, we'll be making that decision on how to get it out to people once we get farther into the month. So I think we're determining it on can we get through the manuscript and finish it? And then we'll figure out, like, we'll probably create a place for people to be able to check out the rough draft, or we'll figure out, like, okay, if we want to edit this and do more with it, what are our options? Great question, though. We'll update everyone as Hermes story progresses, because this story is going to be fun. Like, clearly, we're going to have a lot of fun writing this. It's like so the genre that everyone chose was thriller, mystery, and thriller, but clearly that look. I think this look perfectly encapsulates our protagonist here.
Also, so this is a story about a cat. There's gonna be comedy at some point, no matter the
I think genre. There's gonna be a lot of comedic elements. So that actually brings us into his personality. So I would love your guys' feedback. What type of personality do you think Hermes should have in this story? Now, originally in the core story, Hermes was spoiled, very like he had a very like spoiled, very sarcastic personality type. I think we should keep his sarcasm. I think
Oh
we
yeah.
should keep him like a heavily sarcastic character. I think that sounds fun. Like let's play around with the comedy. Let's make Hermes sarcastic. Yep, snarky, sarcastic slash snarky. Love that, Megan. Absolutely. Yeah, and John, if you wanted to be involved, like I know with you and your satire, you could definitely probably bring some comedic chops to our sarcastic, snarky feline over here. Absolutely. Snarky and a little rude. He is. He's a little he's selfish. In the core story, he's a little selfish. Absolutely agreed. Yep, he's definitely self-centered, selfish and self-centered. Now, when we think what are reasons that people would like him? What are personality traits that we think people would really like Hermes? So what do you think? Like when we think about like cats, like obviously he'll be funny because he's kind of like I don't think grumpy old man. I don't think grumpy old man is the vibe. I think it's more like lone wolf. I think lone wolf is more his style, where he's kind of always just wanted to do his own thing, and now he's kind of at the end of his lives, and he really just wants to be left alone.
Yeah,
And I think,
loner would match him then.
mhm.
I've had a couple cats over the years, and one of them, oh my god, to call her a loner was an understatement. She hated people. She was definitely a loner. But then my other cat, Anubis, who died this past winter,
Mhm.
he wasn't so much of a loner as he knew when he wanted attention.
Mhm.
And when he wanted attention, my god, you knew it.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Let's see, loner slash lone wolf. Yep. Let's see. During his journey, he can learn. He can start slowly to learn how to put others before himself.
That's not a bad idea. That could actually
Mm-hmm.
be like the whole changing character arc kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like as he encounters more of his past lives, he starts realizing maybe something like, okay, these past couple lives were like really ungodly selfish even for me. Maybe I shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, and I actually think this would go under theme. I think this would go under like the story theme, which this is actually really good. So story theme. Learning learning to put others before himself. So I think that one could actually be really really fun. um yeah, so I actually like that, learning to put others before himself. I think that would be a good theme. Let's see what else for his personality. Now maybe he's worried about trying to earn another spare life but learns to enjoy the one he's got.
I
About
will say this
Ooh.
for a cat with 9 lives.
Mm-hmm.
No, he shouldn't be worried about earning an extra one because 9 lives, that's the end of it. But I do like the idea of learning to enjoy, hi baby, to learning to enjoy the life he's currently got. It
I
actually
think
makes
that
me think
is,
of
and
Puss in Boots and The Last Wish.
I almost feel like he should start off like very much like just wants to be left alone, being an old man. Like he probably doesn't appreciate. I mean, I don't know. Would you say that he appreciates his last life, or maybe he's just over it?
I feel like he'd be more over it than appreciate it.
And I think that will add to more of the story elements. He's very over his lives. It's almost like he's gone through so much. We actually deep down, you could say that he's literally almost ready to give up, because he's just like, hey, I've had 9 lives, I'm done. And then he almost gets re-inspired through the journey to value his life again.
That actually is a really good idea. As someone who's dealt with a lot of crap and actually
Mm-hmm.
kind of gotten to that point where it's like I don't want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, having him just kind of like be like that and then kind of like reevaluate things as the story goes. Just
Let's see. So motivation, has given up on life, has given up on life, and has given up on life and wants to be left alone. Let's see. He will learn. He learns to value his life again throughout the journey. That could be fun. And of course, but then this will then go into the other cats, right? So why have the cats teamed up? We'll get into that in just a little bit. Let's so okay, what else do we got? So right now with his personality, let's see. Ooh, we're getting some great suggestions here. Let alone learn to trust people. Maybe he doesn't trust people, but when forced into situations, he has to put his life in those he meets. It could be.
Those
That
are
could be
fun
one.
characters to write.
Mm-hmm. Let alone learn to trust people. Yeah, so he doesn't trust people. So he has like, this is a great personality. Does not trust anyone except for himself.
Yeah, honestly, that makes me think of Marcella's comment that she just posted.
If you're gonna make
Yeah,
him
that Noah down.
maybe throw in some element of Carl Fredrickson from. Wait, Carl is the Carl's the old man, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like we kind of I feel like at core, he almost has like this old man. He almost has like an old man type perspective, but I think it's better if he's kind of not old, not like young, not old, but like middle-aged cat. Has an old man perspective, but is middle-aged, because I think that will give us a little bit more flexibility. Let's see, what else did we get? If we're going to make him an angsty lone wolf type to contrast in Puss in Boots, we take notes from Logan and Batman. The sorry kid, I work alone type. That actually, yeah, actually, I think we should do that. And I think that Marcel is a great idea for maybe how he interacts and deals with the first couple of cats, with the first couple obstacles in the journey. So I absolutely love that. Yep, tragic backstory. So let's see. So what is the tragic backstory? Now, technically, he's lived through all 8 lives. Let me think. So it was interesting because in the core story, we fleshed out ideas for each of those lives through the game, but technically he was going through purgatory. So whether they were actually his lives or not was debatable, which is why we can actually play around a little bit with how we wanted his backstory to go. And technically, because he's had 8 lives, he's had many backstories. So I think I think the original core, the most core tragic backstory, I think in his first life, I think that he was picked up, he was adopted by an old lady with a bunch of other animals and pets. And he was the what was that? He was like he was like the teacher's pet, so to speak. And his first life actually led to him becoming very self-centered and selfish. Like one of his lives, he was like an Egyptian cat and he was like revered. One of the cat lives, he was like a pirate cat of some type, and like he was like the one on the deck. So he's gone through different periods of time. He's definitely gone through different periods of time where he's been so revered as the cat that's why he has this almost self-centered vibe, so to speak. But we can totally
in that case, the very first life should be an Egyptian Mao. Because yeah, no, they were literally treated as gods, so that would be like the perfect. That's how he gets self-centered story.
I kind of like that. So we're going to do Egyptian cat, and I feel like this one should be like very proud, very like proud. I almost feel like each of these are going to be like a I keep thinking of the Seven Sins now, but like now I'm definitely thinking of proud. Okay. All right. So sarcastic, snarky, yep, selfish, self-centered, lone wolf, very over his previous lives. Does not trust anyone, has an old man perspective, but is middle-aged. What is his redeeming quality? What's the thing that we like about him? Is there something that we like about Hermes? Beyond like he's going to be a sarcastic old man and that'll be hilarious. What is his redeeming quality? Huh?
He knows what he wants. So he's not some, kid who has no idea what the world is like. No, he knows what he wants, and he knows that. Well, yeah, no, he just simply knows what he wants.
He
I can't
knows
think of a better way to put that.
exactly what he wants. Good. And this was an idea that just came to me. In this life that he's in, should we say that he's in pain? Should we incorporate pain as that, whether it's some type of physical or emotional ailment? Mass Toaster threw up a really great idea. Maybe in his third or fourth life, something happened that led him to being a kinder cat. Absolutely. I think there was a life where he was probably very kind and he was probably punished for it, or he lost something that was dear to him. I think that'd be really, really good.
I think it'd be easier for him to be like super kind, and then
we'll do one cat who's the kindness kitten. This one's gonna be the most adorable kitten ever. One of them will just be like adorable kindness kitten, and he's going to hate this kitten so much. This kid, okay, I think that'll be so funny. It'll be like the cat in like the animes with like the large big eyes that are just like stand there, and it'll be so hilarious. Kindness kitten, third or fourth, and this will represent his like one of his lives where he was definitely just like he was kind, and it probably didn't work out very well for him. I totally love that, Toaster. Yep, exactly agreed. So I'm thinking of some of the positive elements. I think that he knows exactly what he wants. He's very wise. He's probably very wise by this point.
Oh yeah.
Very wise. Yeah, I would say Megan, that's absolutely. I think 40 to 50-year-old in a cat body. Absolutely. Maybe he worked with someone and there was a tragedy, maybe a fight or a death. A Victorian cat. I was like, yeah, I like the Victorian cat. That's actually a good idea. The Victorian kitty. Victorian kitty. Victorian cat. That's kind of funny. Let's see. He was given purine instead of oh man, that's kind of funny actually. I don't know how we can we need to be careful about brands, so that way if we end up doing anything that's publishing, we just need to be careful in the future of touching on any like well-known brands. Would be my
no, we're not.
But I would say we make up 2 types of cat food. Something he prefers kicked. All right, Megan, you totally spoke to what I was just about to say. One of the things that everyone loved from the core Hermes the Cat story is that he's an addict for catnip. Do you guys want to keep that? Or this could be that maybe he gets addicted to catnip in this life. We could do that as a thing. Or he could have a pre-existing addiction to catnip. He's a cat. Yep, there. He's a catnip. Man, his negative traits are not doing him any favors. He's a catnip junkie. Very wise. Catnip junkie. Absolutely love that. So he's going to be very nice when he wants catnip. This is when he's going to be very nice. This almost makes it that he's willing to do whatever to get his nip on. Motivation. Wants catnip. I feel like our community is going to have so much fun with the catnip bit. In all honesty, I feel like people are going to come up with some hilarious things. I love that. Let's see. What else do we got? He has a good heart. I agree. I think deep down, he is a good-hearted cat. Let me see. So I wonder if I had that original picture. So you remember there was another Hermes the Cat picture that we almost went with, but I felt that one did represent his personality very well.
Yeah, he was standing very proud in that one, just kind of like looking off to the side.
Mm-hmm. And I did really like that one, but I think just the overall image didn't work for what we were going for. But I think I'll show that to everyone here because I think this gives them, I'll show you guys here. So this was the original image that we almost went with because I feel like this kind of represents kind of like his inner like who he is deep down. And maybe I'll Photoshop this and do something with this because I do like this image. It just didn't work for what we were doing. But I think this fits his personality at like the core of who he really is. I almost feel like he was heroic in one of his lives, but he forgot what it meant to be. He's almost been like so like put down over his previous lives that this isn't who he is anymore. So maybe the journey is him learning to
open
become a hero again for himself or for others with valuing his life.
I honestly been trying to think of the term for him, and it's jaded. And he has to learn how to.
Okay, what if he okay, and I think this could work well. So what if he has a weakness, or if he has a soft spot for maybe a certain type of animal, or something that happens to a cat, and this would be like a soft spot, and it would be like a complete change. Like he immediately goes and like, I have to save them because of something traumatic that happened. Yeah, like I think of maybe of something traumatic that happened to him.
Maybe that could actually be one of his past lives where it was like maybe like one of his like last ones, like maybe his 7th or 8th. Mm-hmm. And he was really jaded by that point, but he met a cat that meant so much to him that he's like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. I have to change. It's not really like a gradual thing. It's more like he doesn't want to disappoint them or something like that.
Our love interest cat.
It doesn't have to be a love interest. We don't have to have a romance. It has to be someone that was important to him.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do feel like we should have some type of romantic cat. I do feel like there should be some type of romance option here. I don't know what though. But that I completely agree with. And I think it's figuring out what is his soft spot. What is his soft spot? What do you guys think? What do you guys think should be his like one soft spot that is like his like that makes people like, damn, dude, I love that cat. Like I think he should have a soft spot for something. And I agree with you, Sol. I think it should be for one of those lives. I'm just not sure what it should be.
He could have a hidden soft spot for being close to someone. Not like being social, but just simply something as simple as having a friend. Mm-hmm. Doesn't have to be a lot of people, doesn't have to be a lot of other cats, but there could be one cat that they try to get him to open up and he can't just say no.
I thought about it. He could have a soft spot for children.
Oh, yes.
I think that's really good. He hates cats, but he has a soft spot for children. And I think that could actually play very, very well. And I think that we could do something really cute with that. What is his soft spot? Has a soft spot for children. And I say children, I'm saying human children. Kitties, like maybe he gets influence as well. Has a soft spot for human children. And maybe, like you were saying, so maybe he grew an attachment to a human child at one point in one of his lives and something happened. We could make that super tragic. We could have the human child have died of some type of disease or something.
Oh, that's just gonna be depressing to write.
That'd be super tragic. That'd be very tragic. Well, if you guys want tragic, there we go. Or the kid just grew out of them. All right, we could go Toy Story type arc. The kid just grew up, right? That could be something as well. Let's see. No, I like some of your ideas. Like maybe some cats ghosts could be based with wildcats. Low-lying, strong leopard, sneaky hyena. So I think what we do is I think we should keep each of them cats, but I think we could have their abilities, their styles, since they were in different time periods. Well, like one cat could have more like leopard-like abilities. And I think we would play it like that would probably be the best variation. Not changing the cat form, but changing kind of their way. And I think that would be fun. Like one cat could act way more like a hyena. Or one cat could act way more like a leopard. And I think that'd be the way to go about it.
And that will be no issue for me to write because I'm familiar with just about any feline.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that'd be awesome. Let's see. In one of his lives, he gave up his life for his love. He was a chivalrous cat. So do we think that he was a chivalrous cat in one of his lives? I think so. I was like, we'll put it here. Chivalrous cat. Awesome. Let's see, what else do we got? A milkaholic. Oh my god. When one of his previous owners tried to make him a vegetarian. He hates vegetables.
Hey, that could be the reason he doesn't trust humans.
That could be. That's absolutely funny.
Oh god.
He doesn't trust humans because one life. Are there things actually that cats can't eat? Are there things that cats? So can you get me a list of what are the things cats can eat? Let's give those, and then let's say that one of his lives he ended up dying because he was basically forced to eat something that kills cats. I don't know I'm a little more familiar with like things that dogs can eat, but I don't know what cats can't digest.
Cats and dogs are a little similar, surprisingly.
I think if we play into that, that adds a level of realism, which I think would be great. He doesn't trust humans because one life, they tried to make him a vegetarian.
It could also just be an ignorant owner too, who just doesn't know about cats.
Some type of food led to his demise, and I think that would be good. Absolutely love that. Previous owner fed him a vegan. Yep. Completely agreed. Yeah, exactly. He's definitely going to be a catnip addict. I think we definitely keep that. We could have so much fun with the catnip thing, guys. Like, I'm sure you guys can come up with some hilarious stuff for the catnip. I'd agree. I think at heart he is very good, but he comes across I think because he has this like old man type personality, I don't think he's afraid to verbally like put others down, but I don't think that he is a mean individual inherently. I think he's just kind of lost in his own world. He's been around for a while. Yep, that's exactly what it is. He has walls around his heart and doesn't want to lower him. Yeah. It could be that he got really hurt. Absolutely. We went with the jaded cat. Completely agree. Hey, what's up, Aaron? Welcome. We are just putting together our character development for our Choose Your Own Adventure story. Definitely feel free if you want to come join us. Details are down in the YouTube description if you want to check out the form and the guidelines. A younger kitten, some he mentored. What if instead of a cat, what if in one of his lives he mentored like a dog? Like we do something that we mix it up. Or we could have a dog show up in this life. In the original Purgatory story, obviously his sidekick was a flying mouse. He doesn't necessarily have to have a sidekick in this, but I'm saying it might be interesting to mix up the character type.
There could be someone that could even comes along temporarily too.
Exactly, right? Exactly, which we could play around with in one of the arcs. Chocolate and alcohol kills. Wait, alcohol really kills cats?
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I always forget that mushrooms are not good for them either.
I know chocolate, but alcohol, so it's because their bodies can't digest.
Alcohol and caffeine.
Interesting. I didn't know that. That's interesting. We could probably totally play around. Chocolate makes sense. We could totally play into the alcohol bit. A winged corgi. We are in a supernatural world. Okay. That's absolutely hilarious. Plus grapes, plus onions and garlic. So alcohol, chocolate, onions, and garlic. Okay, bad. So we'll put this under weaknesses. Bad is can't eat alcohol, chocolate, onions, garlic. All right. So when we think about strengths, now I've kind of just added them up here. I've kind of just done a list. Let's see, he doesn't knows exactly what he wants. So we'll put these under his strengths because these are his strengths. Catnip junkie is a weakness. I mean, okay, actually, catnip could be both a strength and a weakness. Like, it could probably make him very, very awesome. Do we want him to be like? He could be very awesome when he gets the catnip, but he's definitely an addict. I think we could play around with what happens when he gets catnip. Let's see. What does not trust anyone? Not weakness, not trusting of others, especially especially cats. Weakness. Technically, we could say that this is a strength. Soft spot for human children. Let's see. So knows exactly what he wants. Very wise. Catnip junkie. Soft spot for human children. Weakness. Can't eat alcohol. Catnip junkie. Not trusting of others. Weakness. Has a wall around heart. Does not want to get hurt. Weakness is ready to give up on life because he's lived for so long. Because he's lived for so long. So I think that lists out strengths and weaknesses. I think that breaks it down based off what we've been saying. I like that. So what is his core belief? So what is the one thing that he believes to be true about himself? Because this is going to be very important. A corgi puppy as a mentee would be awesome. Looks like everybody loves the corgi puppy, so let's make sure that one of our characters we'll just do like a supporting character. Supporting characters. Absolutely agree. Let's do a corgi puppy. Corgi puppy. Or a flying corgi puppy. Because remember, we're in a supernatural world, guys. So we can totally have fun with this. Flying corgi puppy. All right. So I think that's good. We'll do that. I don't think that needs to be. All right. So before we move on from Hermes, I think his appearance is pretty straightforward. I think like his appearance, I'm not going to worry about his appearance right now. But I think what is his core belief about himself? So like let's figure that out right now. Because that's going to be important for his character development and the core journey. So let's see. He believes he is God. You know what? I mean, that's funny because that was something that was one of his core beliefs in the original story as well. That he has such like a high.
He has an ego.
He has an ego. Or like, is this a strength or a weakness?
I think it'd be high enough. It would be a weakness.
Belief. Okay. So then we have to think about if he believes that he is a god, or if he has a high ego. Why does he have such a high ego about himself? There has to be a reason that he believes. Is it maybe because he's the only cat to live 9 lives, and cats don't usually live 9 lives? We could do it from like an age perspective. He has a high ego because he's lived longer than any other cat. I think that would be the way to do it. That almost plays a little bit in like the doctor trope as well, and that the doctor has a high ego.
Yeah, honestly, that makes me think of my cat Dark. She lived till she was 17 and she had an attitude about it.
He has
that can really work.
He has a high ego because he's lived longer than any other cat, and thinks he has a high ego because he's lived longer than any other cat, and believes he knows it all. Oh, and believes he always has the answer.
Well, then now we're gonna have to have a spot. We're gonna have to have a part where he doesn't have the answer, and
exactly right. Exactly, and that would great, perfect obstacle for him to play around with. Hey, what's up, Penelope? Welcome. We are having fun putting our ideas for Hermes together. So we're having a lot of fun with Hermes. So So I'll have to find a place to put up all this stuff. We'll organize it and I'll find a place to put it all up.
Oh yeah.
In between streams for people who want to write with us. So okay, so I feel good. So Hermes' core belief is that he has a high ego because he's lived longer than any other cat and believes he always has the answer. Awesome, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I think that works. And then his motivation is he has given up on life and wants to be left alone. He learns to value his life again throughout the journey because he feels like he's learned it all. He feels like he's lived, like he's probably lived for like hundreds, or he's been reincarnated through each of these past lives, and lived over hundreds and hundreds of years. Right.
You know,
So he
one
had,
thing that
and I think
actually might work.
maybe what's unique is that he remembers all of his past lives.
I was
Maybe
gonna say,
that's
what
what
if he's
makes
cursed? What if he was cursed in a previous
like
life, so he remembers all of that?
Oh, I like that. That's a really, really great idea. So that's why he remembers all of them, because he was cursed. And this brings me up to this question then. Do you think that he has always remembered each of his past lives, or do you think now is the time that he was we could always be like that he was cursed as the inciting instant of this, and now he's remembering his past lives.
Oh yeah, no, that would
I think
really
that would
work.
be a
Would this be
great
his last
inciting.
life?
I think that would be a great inciting instant for this story, and that would go into plot. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. I think we should play into that for the plot. I'm gonna add
It
plot
sort of
area
makes me
here.
think of the lives flashing before your eyes kind of thing. When people, when they say what happens, when people die. If he, because like with this being his last life, yeah, I feel like that'd be plausible.
Plot cursed to remember all of his past lives. And I think that's something we could totally play around with in the plot. Absolutely agreed. So I really like that. Let's see. Marcelo's like, if he's in purgatory, he probably could eat whatever he wants. Not like it's going to kill him again, but still doesn't have to due to PTSD. We're started by cats and dogs gorging themselves on chocolate. So thank you for calling that out, Marcella. So in this story, he's not in purgatory. That was that was Hermes' original core story. This story, Hermes versus the eight past lives, is the prequel story. Hermes is on his last life in this story. He has yet to make it to purgatory because he's still alive. So yeah, I mean, we'll see if he makes it to purgatory at the end of the story. I guess we'll find out. We're gonna write the story on whether he makes it there. Exactly. He was cursed as an Egyptian cat and a chivalrous cat, haunted by his regret and bad choices. I think that he made enemies. I think what should be is that he made enemies in some of these past lives. And do we think so that maybe like they I mean, there's so many directions that we could take it in.
In
That
the
they got
last life he had in his 8th life, that could be when he gets the curse, but he's not aware of it until his 9th life starts.
I like that. We'll have to think about the enemies. So this now kind of goes into the 8 ghosts of Hermes, right? So when we're thinking about the 8 ghosts, cat 6, cat 7, and then cat 8, right? So we're thinking about the 8 ghosts of Hermes. And I guess this would be, I guess it should probably be life number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That probably makes sense. His 8 former lives in sequence, in order of, or in sequence.
So I think if we do that, the Egyptian cat should be first. Because with the whole selfless kind of thing, yeah, no, it'd make a lot more sense for pride to be the very first life.
Yeah, I completely agree. Did revere cat. So if he's holding on to that mentality, explains, yep. I think as his first life. Absolutely agreed. Now, if we think about some of these other cats, and especially if we're going throughout the eras, so Victorian cat, absolutely. I think chivalrous cat would probably be like something during maybe like a medieval time period. Would probably make a chivalrous type cat work well. Do we do Ginger Cat as in the second life? We probably do Ginger Cat a little sooner. I almost feel like Ginger Cat should probably be like 6. All right, Cat 2. Do we want to keep the pirate kitten? Do you guys want the pirate cat?
Yes.
Do we want pirate kitty? I think we go from Egyptian cat to pirate cat. Where I mean essentially
For
pirate
some
cat.
reason, when you put it there, I think Viking cat.
Did Vikings have cats?
Yes.
Were cats part of Viking mythology? I'm not too familiar with Viking
Yeah,
mythology.
no, they brought cats onto their ships as ratters. And in
Ooh,
Viking
I like that.
culture, cats were usually given as like a wedding gift.
Interesting. Okay, I actually like that. So let's play into that Viking pirate cat lifestyle. I think that's great. Then let's see, we get the kindness kitten. Oh my god. I totally just imagine those pictures with the cats with the huge eyes that stare up at you and are just look adorable. So does Crow want to be involved?
Yes, and he won't come up here.
Okay, so we have a kindness kitten, Victorian cat. So let's add Victorian after our chivalrous cat. Perfect. So kindness kitten, we'll make the kitten actual kind. Chivalrous, Victorian, Ginger Hermes. Yeah.
I think cat 7 needs to be a tuxedo cat because my god, the level of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think his probably the most recent live should probably be the most crazy. So if we think like in this, so we want to think about each life. Now, obviously, each cat is going to be, we can like deep dive into the cat, but I think we want to think about what is like the personality type that we want to explore with each of these cat, because each cat is essentially going to be a theme that we explore in the story. Now, if the core story is Hermes has given up in life and he wants to be left alone, and throughout the journey he's learning to value himself again, then we have to ask, how do we do each of these things to help him, for him to be forced to value himself throughout these cats' lives? And maybe it's him being reminded of each of these past lives. He's lived for so long that he's forgotten. Or I mean, technically he's been cursed, but now he's being forced to remember.
I think cat 8, I think that should be like the Tux one, because they're naturally crazy, and that ends up getting him into more trouble than he anticipated, and that's what makes the enemy that curses him.
Is cat 7 going to be a tuxedo, the vegan cat?
Oh god.
That's why it went crazy. Tuxedo.
Okay, no, the vegan cat, no, have the Tux something different. The Tux would be a life 8. The vegan cat would be life 7. And I only say that because, like, with the whole him being cursed, that's something entirely different than the vegan cat. And plus, who says these lives has to last years? The vegan cat could literally be a life that lasted 6 months.
Completely agreed.
I hate saying that because it sounds horrible, but
oh my god, vegan cat was a very short lifespan.
Oh, do not do that.
Yeah, okay. So let's see. Marcel made a good point. Probably. Yeah, so agree with the vegan. Master Toast, we're saying Ginger could be connected to a time period. We could, and like I'm fine with going back and forth, either or, on whether we want to make Ginger his like identity as a ginger cat in this one, or if we want to have one of these be a ginger. I think totally we could go either way on that. Now, I think as we think about each of these arcs, what do they represent, or what do each of these cats represent? So obviously the Egyptian cat is going to represent proud. The cat was very proud and self-centered.
I think the tuxedo cat should be dangerous. Should be like erratic, crazy, dangerous.
Yep. And I think rabbit, rabid, crazy, dangerous. Completely agreed. Tuxedo cat probably lived on the streets.
Yeah, definitely has to be.
I think Tuxedo Cat lived on the streets for whatever reason. And
Either
Tuxedo
a street
Cat learned
cat or a cat that just doesn't live inside a house. You know, like a free roam. The vegan cat could be innocence. Because especially if we make that a young cat, well, they're not really gonna know any better because the humans were the ones, in charge of them.
Innocent, short lifespan. They could be like was betrayed. Was betrayed due to ignorance. So I think that would play very well into that. I think our Viking pirate cat gets to be the more swashbuckling, fun kitten. I feel like Viking cat should be very fun. I think Viking cat should be the very fun one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fun and a swashbuckler.
That's gonna be awesome to write.
Kindness kitten. Oof.
Well, obviously kind.
Huh?
Obviously kind.
Are they kind? Let's see. Why What
if in that life it's not that he was kind, but somebody was kind to him, and that kind of gave him a taste for being like that. Because not that he couldn't be kind as an Egyptian or a Viking, but it's a Viking pirate cat. They're not exactly going to be that nice.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Cat is going to be too proud to think of somebody else other than themselves.
Yeah, so this could be the one life where he was genuinely loved, actually, and this actually is perfect. So when we see it, Kindness Kitchen was had a genuine love and affection, and this would probably be the one where the owner died. I think this would be the one where they had an attachment to the owner, probably a kid. So this would probably genuine love and affection and something traumatic happened to owner. And I think that this would be the one. So I think that'd be good. And this is great because this is following a clear character arc over his 9 lives. And you guys said, so sadly it's true, vegan cats don't tend to last very long. Yep, so that plays well to our vegan cat. Mass Toaster, you're like, he wanted to be revered by the pharaoh and tried to replace the pharaoh's cat.
That could lead to why he died in that life.
Yeah, I really like that. I actually think that's a great motivation. Nope, let's go over.
That could also explain why he was reincarnated after that life. Because if he had died normally, he would have gone to the afterlife with his owner.
Want to be revered by
because he took the place of the pharaoh's cat, he was denied that, which is why he kept getting reincarnated over the 9 lives.
Yep. He wanted to be revered by the pharaoh's cat and tried to replace. Wanted to be revered by pharaoh and tried to replace his cat. I like that. Let's see. Maybe his pirate life, he was the cat of the captain that let him sit on his shoulder instead of a parrot. I love that so much. Yes.
And some cats are shoulder cats.
Yes, in this line. Oh my god, that is absolutely brilliant. Shoulder cat. It was a shoulder cat. Oh, that is so hilarious. Let's see. Genuine love and affection. Actually, I should just make this a plot point. We'll do this. Owner or kid loved by kid. Something traumatic happened. So I like this arc because we go from being proud and self-centered to then being fun and a swashbuckler to then genuine love and affection, but then something traumatic happens in life 3. So then in Chivalrous Cat, he's almost trying to reclaim love. So Chivalrous Cat feels like he's trying to reclaim something that he's never able to reclaim.
God, it's not reclaim. What is the word?
And I think that would actually be like we could go like either I almost feel like we make this like cheese, not necessarily cheesy, but kind of like
Desperate.
I think this life, the Chivalrous Cat would make desperate romantic. I think that's what we do. Trying to reclaim a love he never gets. And I think that actually creates a clear arc here. I think here we're getting a clear arc as well, right? So he ends off as a rabid, crazy, dangerous cat. As a result, this life, he was basically betrayed by his owners, whatever, vegan cat. Great, perfect. Then we need to figure out from trauma in life 3 to being desperate in life 4. So now we need to connect our desperate romance to this vegan cat arc with our
The
Victorian.
Victorian could be the loner. The Victorian cat could be why he's such a loner, that
I like
he
that.
was so desperate in his previous life, but when it failed, he just decided he's better off alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so actually this is when we start seeing the descent. Actually, I really like that. I think that's a good character arc. Flying Corgi as the queen's dog. That's hilarious. If the Corgi is royalty, it almost like would remind him that he was technically royalty in his first life. And I think that would actually do really, really good. I think that's smart.
Oh yeah, no. What if his last life, his current life that you're playing as, he could be the queen's cat.
He could be, but having him having his current life be a queen's. What I'm trying to think of is with life number 9. Let's see. So if he's with an old man being a queen's cat, does it? What I'm thinking is, does it give him enough attention as a character if he's in royalty? And that's what I'm asking myself. I'm wondering if he should be almost like a very if he should be a normal, by a normal owner, or I don't know. I could go back and I could go either way on this. I'm just asking.
For that one, I guess he could either be queen or noble. Something similar.
Mm-hmm. And once again, remember, we're in a supernatural world, so we can have his current owner be queen of the vampires, queen of the werewolves, whatever you guys want to do. I say that we have his owner be some type of supernatural creature.
I just thought of a werewolf owning a cat, and that image makes me laugh.
There's something kind of funny about that. I kind of like that. Let's see. Marcello's like, pirate owner sicked him on his enemies to scratch their face until he died. Yes. This lush shoulder cat, he learned to scratch his enemies' faces off. This is how he died. Oh, that's absolutely hilarious. Okay, loner, Victorian cat, yes. And then Ginger. Okay, so obviously right now, okay, so we'll figure out the queen story because we need to go into world building. But for the Ginger cat, from loner to innocent, I think we just need to figure out what we want to connect that with.
Let's see, ginger cats are mainly known for having one brain cell that is collectively owned by all of them. So we should play into that.
So we make Ginger the dumb cat?
Pretty much.
Almost kind of like he's retreated from the world.
Oh, yes, like the hermit.
Yeah, so I think he's almost become a hermit like this. It's kind of interesting. We're almost going through the 5 stages of grief in our Hermes the story, which is really interesting. Loner, dim / hermit. I'm asking myself if those types will work well to well together. I don't know. I'm thinking through it.
Well,
Maybe.
yeah, honestly, if somebody's a hermit, they're not really going to be aware of what's going on in the outside world. So dimmed actually really works.
No, the idea funny. The owner also has Cerberus,
Oh my
three-headed
god.
dog. Stressful home for Hermes. Supernatural possibility. That's kind of funny. So is Hermes owner Hades?
Oh god, that'd be funny.
Oh my, that would be hilarious if Hermes' current owner is Hades. That's actually, there's something very ironic about that. We could totally do that if you guys want. That cracks me up. Okay. So I think we have a good outline for these other cats. Awesome. So let's go into. So I feel pretty good where we're at with our character development. I think next it's time for us to hop into our world building. So for those of you who have been suggesting ideas, really great work. I love what we're doing. This is awesome. I think we're on a really great roll. I'm going to find a place sometime this weekend where we can put up this information for those of you who want to write the story with us. But for those of you who are enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the Right Now community. Clearly, this is our second major holiday event just to help bring you motivation, to give you more space to write. This event is designed to help you get some more author credits, help help motivate your inspiration. And today we're on day 310 of consecutive live streams. So make sure to tap those buttons, especially if you want to be alerted to the next 4 events of the Adventure Right Now series. All right, beautiful. So with that being said, let's go into, what do you think? So probably world building before plot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
okay.
apparently, according to Crow's reaction, it's all cat approved.
It is absolutely all cat approved. And I think what could be kind of fun is, what if we allowed members of anybody who wanted to write, for them to cameo their cats in the story?
Oh, please do.
I just thought about that. Like, what if we let anybody who wants to write a section, they can cameo their cat? I think
I
that'd be
would
cool.
love to write in somebody's cat. I love stuff like that personally. Whenever somebody does a cameo in a video game or a movie, but pets are always so much better. Because I know personally, yeah, I'm probably gonna put one of my cats in it.
Which I love that. I would love to see Crow. I would love to see a cameo from my cat. What is it? Mother of tuna, slayer of roaches, Danny the cat. I would love to cameo. I just thought of that. I thought that was hilarious. Okay, so let's go. So we're gonna hop into world building next. Now, world building is gonna be a little easier. Let's just use the world building as a list to think of what type of elements do we want. So based off what you guys chose, let me pull up the picture. You guys wanted a supernatural type story. So let me adjust this real fast. I'll go that here. Nope, wrong one. Perfect. So, and I can just move this.
Santa Claus.
All right, so we're going to go world building. And I think the world building will go a little faster because we'll get to play around with this a lot through the course of writing the story. But for now, let's just come up with a bullet point list of what are the elements that we want of our supernatural world. World building, and we'll just put supernatural.
Personally,
Awesome.
I think it should start out because the first life is an Egyptian cat, that there were humans in the past, but that maybe there aren't, they start disappearing over time because supernatural creatures start taking them over.
Oh, I like that. I think that's a great idea. Let's see. Let me do this. Let me edit my banner. Un momento. All right. Nope. Grammarly pops up when I don't need it. All right, there we go. So world building. What world building element should we include? So let's see. So maybe humans, especially with the Viking arc, right? Humans used to be let's see. Humans used to be predominant species. They are now. Do we say humans are no longer around, or they're just like a rare breed?
I'd say they're rare.
Humans used to be be predominant species. Now they are rare. I agree. I think that plays well. So then people who want to write arcs can choose like supernatural creatures to have fun with. I completely agree with that. And then Mast, you threw up some great ideas. Bigfoot, fays, elves. Perfect. So let's just come up with, so let's get some creature types. What types of creatures do we want to inhabit our supernatural world? We'll just do creature types that inhabit our world. And we'll go here.
You know, if we have the flying corgi, which is kind of like a queen's thing, Hermes could actually be the cat who lives with the the current king or queen of elves, because they're known kind of, you know, for their animal connection.
Well, that's actually interesting. That's interesting. Actually, having Hermes be that's actually really interesting, especially with elf tropes. It's actually really interesting. Do we ever get elves in supernatural stuff? Because I always think of elves with fantasy. I'm totally for elves, but I'm just curious. I think we can do elves, but the question is, how do we make them supernatural elves? What about them would make them stand out so we don't make them like fantasy based? Let's do something fun and make them like a supernatural, like let's make them like a variant. I think that would be such a cool idea. Fays, absolutely. Bigfoot. So when you say Bigfoot Mass Toaster, I like that. We could play into what are those creatures? What mythological creatures? Bigfoot, Loch Ness.
Cryptids?
Huh?
Cryptid?
Yeah, what's that creature type? Where they're like myths in our world?
It's called cryptids.
Oh, cryptids. Awesome. I did not. So cryptids. That would be Bigfoot, Loch Ness, etc. Like that. Let's see what else. Elves. But I think we have to, I'm going to say supernatural elves. So we have to do something, I think we do something different about them where they have an elven type. But how do we make them fun for this world? So maybe in the direction of like a dark elf trope. I'm just gonna put supernatural elf for now. Fairies, yep, I think fairies / pixies are always good.
Oh, the fae folk are just so much fun to write.
Fairies and pixies are good. I really want to do changelings. That's what I want. I want changelings,
vampires, werewolves. We can't forget, you know, all of those.
So I think we can always include like our common supernatural creatures, and we know clearly we've been talking about this in the community for the past 2 weeks. Everybody loves vampire romance, so we can't forget about our vampires. I'm hoping somebody writes a werewolf romance. That's my hope. We'll see. All right. So yep, we got our vampire, werewolf.
We could have a chimera. The chimera could actually be the one. Maybe the chimera could be involved, like in the last life somehow.
That'd be super cool. Remind me what the chimera looks like again. Or remind me what the chimera is.
Head of a lion, head of a goat, and tail of a snake, I believe.
I like that.
It's been a little while since I've looked at chimeras.
Let's see. So then chimera would essentially go into chimera's Greek mythology, isn't it?
Yes.
So we could play into Greek mythology creatures. So essentially cryptids is playing into folklore. Cryptids, this would technically be so I've thought about how to do this. So we have folklore mythological creatures. And then this will actually be easy for us to break them up and do some special types. And then we have our supernatural, our supernatural creatures.
With this being supernatural, we could easily put a dragon in this.
I know. we totally could. How do we make them a supernatural dragon?
No, apparently they're actually considered just supernatural creatures. I looked it up.
Really? Oh, that's awesome. Well, you guys know I vote for dragons all the time, so I'm fine with that. Let's see. Chimera would technically play into Greek mythological creatures, especially if we're going to do something with Hades, and especially somebody, I think ML mentioned Cerberus. So that's actually not a bad idea. So Greek mythological creatures, that would go Chimera, Cerberus. And I think this gives us room to play around, right? So right now, supernatural, we have elves, fairies, changelings, vampires, werewolves. Now, obviously, I know elves are generally fantasy, so I think we just do something fun with them, and we mix them up, so they're more supernatural based. Werewolves, we could go. I mean, I guess, do I make this its own category where it's like fantasy supernatural? Because this is where essentially elves and dragons would come into it. Elves, dragons. Yeah, and then I think this is kind of like what we're getting right now. Chimera. Awesome. And then I think there was another one. I love
Could
that
include
there.
harpies.
Yeah, you said you were going to do one of those character sheets for your characters. Good exercise. Absolutely, my friend. I love it. I used to do a lot more of these workshops. I'll probably be doing more in the future, but I'm glad that that helps you out. Let's see. LeMay. There's also a webcomic called Witchwood where the elves are interdimensional invaders. They're on Earth, but on a different plane. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool if we make our elves kind of yeah, I mean that plays into the elf type. Now without stealing from Witchwood, but kind of making elves their own species. We could actually play into that fantasy trope that elves come from a fantasy world, but maybe they're either they escape to this world or they travel to this world and they've kind of become twisted from a supernatural element over time. They're either, I mean, especially if Hermes is intertwined with the elf race, then elves, what do we think? Elves were either invaders or they were or fleeing. What's refugees? So they're either invaders or refugees from another world. I think that could play into that. Yeah, I think this is a good start. And then I think this will also give us some ideas for people to be able to play into these types. I absolutely think mushroom creatures would be awesome. I was like, I feel like mushroom creatures would be, that's kind of like a non-generic. That'd probably be something like a supernatural type.
It'd
I mean,
probably be closer to supernatural to alien, to be honest.
we'll go mushrooms.
And for people who don't know the message I sent, I suggested mushroom creatures that came on an asteroid, basically from the show Inside Job.
Which I love that. I think that's a lot of fun. So I think this gives us some really good creature types. And I think this kind of starts giving us an idea of like, what does this world look like? When we think about the core structure of the world, it almost feels like do we think that it should be led by like there's a single predominant society, or do we think it's just a bunch of different factions that are
I
all
think it should
vying
be
for?
factions.
I agree too. I think each of these are, I think we 4 factions. I think we've almost done this perfectly. We have a we have a folklore based creature faction, a supernatural creature faction, a fantasy, and then a Greek mythological. I think this almost does that perfectly, almost. What do you think about that?
I think it's gonna work well.
What do you guys think? We want your opinion. Do you like that idea where the world itself is basically generally contested over 4 factions? So the 4 factions of basically these ones, and of course we can add to each of these factions, but I think this gives us ideas for when you want to write parts of the story. You can pick like, oh, I want to write creature. It's going to be from this faction, right? Or maybe they're an outcast from that faction. But so to speak, like this gives us an overarching a system for the core world itself. World is not necessarily led, but world is divided into 4 factions. We have the we'll just put the folklore. So we'll go cryptids, supernatural, fantasy, and Greek.
I would actually just put mythological because
For which one? For Greek? Mythological.
Yes,
Yep.
because that way people can include mythological creatures from other cultures and
I
not
like that.
feel
I
they
think
have
that's
to be
smart.
restricted.
Yep. I like that. Mass toasters like Earth-like, but not set on Earth. Yeah.
You know, honestly, with humans gone, rare or extinct or whatever, this really wouldn't be Earth. So
Yeah,
no, that works.
yeah. I would say the world is Earth-like. Now, if humans are gone, essentially we could say that this is Earth, but it's probably been changed and twisted and reformed and reshaped from all these from years and years, decades of all these creatures basically vying for control. I think the easiest way to say this is there's not one faction that's generally in control, but it's all 4 of these are vying for control. We could say there's probably maybe a lot of wars, maybe a lot of fighting. I feel like there should probably be some type of neutral city or town somewhere.
We could reference those. We could actually reference events like that in his past lives, like
like
the
that.
tuxedo life. They could talk about like there was a war going on when they got into a fight with someone who cursed them, or something like that.
Yeah, I like that actually. So we'll make this Earth-like, but has changed over time. And then that would go into our timeline of events. And we'll do a really quick timeline of world events. I like this. So timeline of world events. Let's do this numbered. Okay. Timeline of world events, right? So, and we'll just put the timeline starting at around his first life, just for the purposes of this. But we'll put like timeline of world events. Let's say that he was originally humans ruled the earth. Some type of event would have happened that supernatural creatures would have came. Maybe I would say that probably either the fantasy creatures or the supernatural. I mean, technically the folklore creatures probably have been surviving on Earth the longest. I think the folklore creatures have always survived here, but they've been able to hide because of humans' ignorance. We could say whether supernatural creatures either always existed or maybe things started changing humans, and this supernatural creatures is probably why humanity, a larger reason why humanity is no longer around.
You know, it actually could be that supernatural creatures always existed, but they were forced to hide. But then something happened, like maybe their numbers grew so low, they decided to do something drastic, which ended up turning out a lot better than they expected, which led to the humans starting to die off and them starting to become a little more populous. And then the fantasy supernatural could be like along the same lines. And then the Greek mythological creatures could be just as old as the cryptids, but they don't start appearing until humanity is kind of gone because they feel safe then, or something like that.
Yeah, I like that. So we'll say the folklore and mythological creatures have always existed on Earth. We'll put that's technically the earliest. Humans ruled the Earth, predominant species as predominant species. Supernatural creatures nearly extinct. extinct. Something bands them together and they form an uprising. Supernatural creatures nearly extinct. Something unites them, and they start an uprising over humanity. The fantasy creatures arrive from another world. Fantasy creatures arrive from another world and tip the balance in the war. And for now, we can just call this the Supernatural War. We can come up with something, another name later. Supernatural War for now. Fantasy creatures arrive from another world and tip the balance in the Supernatural War. With humans lose, humanity loses, forcing humans to go into hiding, or go into hiding, or join other. I'll just say go into hiding or go extinct. And then 4 factions. The 4 factions become predominant. I think sometime at the end of this war, I think that's when our cryptids and our folklore and mythological creatures come out of hiding. Folklore and mythological creatures come out of hiding. And then the 4 factions become predominant. And I feel like that's probably a decent timeline. So we have, what is that? So we have about 7 steps of this timeline. Folklore and mythological creatures have always existed on Earth. Humans ruled the Earth as predominant species. Supernatural creatures nearly extinct. Something unites them and they start an uprising over humanity, the Supernatural War. Fantasy creatures arrive from another world and tip the balance in the Supernatural War. Humanity loses, forcing humans to go into hiding or go extinct. Folklore and mythological creatures come out of hiding. The 4 factions become predominant. And I think that's probably I feel like that's just, that feels good. Awesome. So I think from a world building perspective, I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm very happy with our framework for this. We've broken up. We have the types of creatures that we can write. We have what the overall state of the world is. Now, obviously, we're going to be able to play around with the setting. Now, I think the setting is going to be easier for us to now create because we're going to be able to figure out, like, okay, this setting is probably going to take place in this faction. And we can have it go into other factions, or we can have it go into other areas. We know the world's going to be Earth-like. Yeah, but it's been changed, and then we get to play around with how changed we want it to be just through the writing process. I think that'll be super fun. So do you think there's any other elements of the world building portion that we haven't touched on yet?
No, only thing I can think of would like boil down to like really specific stuff, but that won't come around until we're actually like really writing it.
Yeah, I
think that would affect the gameplay.
Completely agree, which is why now is a great time to shout out the WriteNow Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, definitely come join us over there. We have an active community of writers every single day. Whether you want to chat about like writing motivation, whether you just want to chit chat with writers, whether you're procrastinating, whether you want to get feedback on your work, or you want to hear more about our holiday events, we have a lot of things going. We also have writing games on there, and it's growing week by week. We've only had the Discord up now about a little over a month, and it's pretty cool. I love checking it out every day and just having other writers to talk with outside of the streams.
And this is something I've just started doing. I started doing it yesterday, and I'm going to start doing it maybe a couple times a week. I'm going to start doing a live stream over Discord of just working on something of mine. Could be my fan fiction, could be my own personal Nanowrimo projects. And people, if they see me on, they're more than welcome to come watch me work and maybe try to actually beat my word counts. But I'm
which
more than
I
happy to have
absolutely
people
love.
come in and talk.
I know one of our other community members, I know Scrolly, I think has been doing a lot of co-working sessions as well. I think that's definitely really awesome. And if something that the community wants, like, so maybe we set up like a weekly events, or we can like do the Discord event, and then that way, if people want to do co-working sessions, they can plan for it. Because
Yeah,
I
if
think part of
anyone
the
has
problem,
any ideas.
I think part of the problem is when we decide to co-work, or we decide to like, hey, I want to work with somebody, schedules don't always
Yeah.
line up. So I think if we give people a chance to be like, oh yeah, I can plan for that. I'm gonna just plan on writing at that time. I think it will help others being able to work with other writers.
Yeah, I mean, and hey, if anybody has any ideas for like any kind of events, or like if they have like a specific time that they think would work, like in general, they can please just go to the Discord and like just shout it out so that we have an
Mhm.
idea. So that way we can actually start planning that kind of stuff, because it would be really neat. I've been wanting to do kind of the writing sprints, kind of like live writing sprints, writing challenge things myself. And
Mhm.
I got to admit myself, I'm usually pretty early in the Eastern time zone for myself that I do that kind of stuff. But no, I tend to notice people are on more in the evenings, and I
Mhm.
really do want to actually be there like when people are there. But
Mhm.
it's so difficult to know exactly when that is. So yeah, people just come in, say when you're going to be free, and we can start planning stuff.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I think that's super awesome. Definitely make sure you come join us. I just threw the Discord invite down in the comments. It's also down in the YouTube description if you want to come join, get in on the fun. Clearly, this is only the beginning. All right. So I thought that was a perfect time for that. Hey, what's up, Tiara? Welcome, welcome, my friend. You make sure, Tiara, that you check out on the replay the first half of the stream. We've gone through a lot. So far, for those of you just tuning in, I'll do a quick recap. We're going to be hopping into the plot next. The plot is so much fun. We're going to be hopping into what is the plot that we're going to write for the story, along with the structure of a choose your own adventure. So, but as a quick recap for anybody just hopping in, so far we've come up with a character development for the story Hermes the Cat versus the Eight Past Lives, which is a prequel story. Hermes is anthropomorphic. He's a cat. His original story was Hermes traveling through purgatory. And that was the original story we wrote as a community back in summer. This story, Hermes versus the Eight Past Lives, is the prequel story. Hermes is on his last life, and he's being haunted by the by his eight past former lives. The theme is that he's learning to he's learning to put others before himself. We've come up with some very fun character types for him. We've given him some motivation, some strengths. He's basically going to be like a selfish, very kind of wise, soft spot for human children, knows what he wants, but he is a bit of a catnip junkie, not trusting of others, has a wall up around his heart, and really wants to just be left alone and just die in his last life in peace. So he's basically ready to give up on life because he's gone through so much. We also developed the characters. We've gone through all 8 characters of some of the ghosts that he's going to be encountering, from the Egyptian cat to the Viking pirate cat to the kindness kitten to the chivalrous cat, the Victorian cat, the ginger Hermes, which we think might be a dim hermit type character, to vegan cat, to our crazy tuxedo. So we've come up with some basic frameworks for our 8 lives, which would be super cool. We'll get to play around with each of these different styles. And then after that, we did the world building, where essentially the world is humanity is basically extinct. There are 4 factions. There's the folklore mythological creature. There's the folklore faction, the supernatural faction, the fantasy supernatural faction, and now the the mythological faction for anyone who wants to do mythological. So basically, we came up with the timeline, but the world's basically divided into these 4 factions, and it's going to give us a very good setting for the world that we're creating. Essentially, the timeline of the world is that folklore and mythological creatures have always existed on Earth. Humans ruled the Earth as the predominant species. Supernatural creatures were nearly extinct. Something unites them and they start an uprising over humanity. We're just calling it briefly the supernatural wars the supernatural war. Then fantasy creatures arrive from another world and tip the balance in the supernatural war. Humanity loses, forcing humans to go into hiding and or go extinct. Folklore and mythological creatures come out of hiding. The four factions become predominant. We'll put folklore, supernatural, fantasy, and mythological. Perfect. So it basically gives you, the writers, for any of you who want to be involved, a lot of room for how you want to join the story. Awesome. And then let's see, while Soul's coming back, what I'll do, once again, for those of you who want to come join in on us, the link to the submission form is down in the YouTube description. It basically goes through a brief outline on all the steps of the story. And I also give you a step-by-step outline on what does a choose your own adventure path look like. You basically get to choose from writing 2 types of path, whether you want to choose a multiple path type or a dead end path type. I basically give a step-by-step instruction for how to write each path, whether you want to write a dead end path or a multiple path. And the great thing is, it's so cool. You get to be involved in how the story ends. The story is going to have multiple endings, which is going to be determined by the types of paths that you create. So your path is going to have meaning to how the story ends, which is so cool, especially whether as a gamer or a writer, doing the path type and being able to have input in how the story ends is so important. So we're going to have the core ending. Let's see, we're going to have the core ending, which we are going to create the core ending together through the main Hermes the Cat story with him overcoming the eight ghost cats. And then the secret endings is going to be a mix. We'll have 3 secret endings, a tragic ending, a comedic ending, and then a dark, ironic, weird ending. And your path type, you can determine, all right, for this path that I'm writing at this part of the story, where do I want this path to contribute towards one of these 3 endings at the end? So we give instructions on how to do it in the submission form. Highly recommend. I know we have a couple of you guys already submitted, but this goes through the whole description if you guys want to be involved. All right, perfect. So I wanted to just do that. And now we're going to be hopping into the plot. All right. Okay, so I have the plot set up here. All right, so I feel like for the plot, we could be taking the plot in quite a number of different directions.
Yeah.
Now, I think I'm kind of putting the plot / structure almost into the same category, because the plot's almost going to determine the structure in a sense. And then after that, we will write the prologue and we'll create the prologue together.
Okay.
All right. So for the plot and the structure, clearly the core story or the core plot. Let's see. The core plot is Hermes the cat is on his last life. Hermes the cat is on his last life and wants to die in peace, but but I think we talked about him being cursed. So, but the 8 ghosts of his former lives show up. But the 8 ghosts of his former lives haunt him. Lives show up. All right. And I think that's the core story right now. So I think this is what we're going to be doing. The core plot. All right. So for the core plot, this is what we're talking about right now. So we have the core plot. Now we're basically going to break the core plot up into a bunch of different sections. So we've decided previously we're going to break it up into a 3-act structure. All right. So we're basically going to break this up into a 3-act structure. So we're going to go Act 1, Act 2, and then Act 3. Now, when we think about this as the core story, now essentially we do have the 8, obviously, our 8 cats. Obviously, Hermes in the beginning, he's going to start with the opening, probably Hermes maybe remembering his, maybe like remembering, maybe Hermes. I feel like the prologue would probably actually work well with Hermes being cursed as compared to it happening in a previous life almost. Or something
I think he
happening.
should just be like dreaming or something, and like something like his dream is like really common or something, and then suddenly something happens that's like really abnormal, and he wakes up and suddenly he can remember everything.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, I
Hermes,
know dream beginnings are kind of common and they can be a little cliche, but I think that would work well with this because it would be such a drastic change for him to before he takes his nap or whatever, everything's fine. He takes a nap, he wakes up, and he remembers everything.
I actually kind of like that. Hermes wakes up from a dream, suddenly remembering all, suddenly from a dream, recalling. Now, do we have him recall all 8 lives? It should probably come back in segments. Hermes wakes up from a dream, starting to recall his 8 past lives. Starting to recall pieces of his 8 past lives.
Yeah, and as time goes on, he gets like more snippets of the next life to come in whichever life he's facing at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of like that. So then we can play around with that as the story progresses. By the way, WTC, welcome, my friend. We're currently just creating the plot. We would love all of your guys' feedback on how you want to go about plotting this part of the story, or plotting just the overall story. So we know Hermes wakes up from a dream, starting to recall pieces of his 8 past lives. Why does he recall it? Which then we now need to think of the antagonist. And this is the question that I posed to you guys. So, and this is a question I haven't been certain yet. And essentially this is the antagonist. Do we have the antagonist be one of the cats? One of his former cats from the past life? Of like, we have the one cat who's basically bringing the other cats together for revenge, which is almost like that's almost kind of like the plot line from Scott Pilgrim versus the World. that same type of like plot line. Or do we have an external force that is basically wants revenge against Hermes?
Somehow I like the idea of it being an external force with this.
Courtney threw up a really good idea. What about if it's the oldest life first? That way his most recent life is last.
That's actually what I was thinking about doing.
Yeah, Courtney, 100% agreed. 100% agreed.
As much as I'd love to write the Tux first, my God, no.
But you see, so it almost does make me think that Tuxedo Cat should be the antagonist. Like it, or that we're led to believe that Tuxedo Cat is the antagonist. I think we should be led to believe Tuxedo is his first life or his last life is the antagonist, actually.
But then we'd have to think of who it really is then.
Yeah, because then we have to create a true antagonist, right? And we could go either direction, right? Do we it's almost interesting. I feel like it gives the cats more power if they've all been like gathered for revenge, so to speak. I feel like that gives it stronger motivation for the cats. Otherwise, why do the cats come back?
What if the Tux, we know the Tux had a crazy dangerous life. What if the whatever ended that life is the antagonist. That
So
they're the ones that
I
cause
like
this
that.
curse or
Hermes
whatever.
all 8 lives, starting with oldest life first. Yep, and I think that's a great character arc, by the way. But Soul, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that for me one more time?
So we know the Tux had like a crazy life.
Mm-hmm.
What if whoever ended that life is the antagonist? Like they really have it out for Hermes in general, and like they're aware that he's reincarnating, and they know that he has one more life left, and they just really hate him for some reason. So they decide that no,
What if somebody
killing
wants
him
to?
isn't enough. He's got to
What if
relive
somebody wants
all of
to?
this.
What if the external force wants to steal his life?
Ooh, that would be
That would
really
be good.
good.
But we're led to believe that it's the Tuxedo Cat because the Tuxedo Cat wants revenge, but the true mastermind wants to actually steal. And that would play into a whole super. Woo! All right, I love that, Courtney. Yes, the true mastermind will. When we'll have to, of course, then figure out the true mastermind. So the true mastermind wants to steal Hermes' last life. True mastermind wants to steal Hermes' last life. Or we could also go in the direction that the mastermind is basically brought all the cats back, but basically wants to steal all 8 lives, but has led the Tuxedo Cat to believe, oh, you can get revenge by bringing all the cats back to haunt Hermes.
That would be neat.
Mm-hmm. I think that'd be cool. True. And so actually, like, and okay, yeah. I think that could work. True Mastermind wants to steal Hermes, not just Hermes' last life. True Mastermind wants to steal all 9 of Hermes' lives. Tuxedo, True Mastermind leads Tuxedo Cat, which is Hermes, which is life number 8. Life number 8. True Mastermind leads Tuxedo Cat to believe that, or True Mastermind lures Tuxedo Cat to rally the former 7 lives, ghost lives for revenge against Hermes. Let's see. And then it looks like we had a couple ideas here. Let's see. Courtney was saying led to believe is fair, but he can be the one that is trying so hard to save everything, but not going about it correctly. Like they're just so stressed and overwhelmed. Right, led to believe is fair, but he can be the one that is trying so hard to save everything, but not going about it correctly. Like they're just so stressed and overwhelmed. I feel like led to believe this, but he can be the one that is trying. I feel like the Tuxedo Cat's actually going to be like super crazy corny. I feel like this one of the other cats should be the one that's trying to be like the savior. I think there should be a cat that's like the savior, which I think that's one of her cat is literally a savior cat.
The chivalrous one?
Yeah, I mean, chivalrous was desperate, romantic. We could make it either the chivalrous one or the Viking. Or I mean,
we could actually make it the ginger one just for a nice twist.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like give it yeah, the cat that's like really dumb is actually the one
that could be the one moment the ginger gets the one brain cell.
Maybe that is Hermes' pet peeve, stupidity. And that's what like maybe that's Hermes' pet peeve is stupidity. So that's why the dim cat just bugs the crap out of him.
Oh god, that'd be awesome. If he's got an old man personality, that would work perfectly.
I'm gonna add that under. It's gonna be a strength. Pet peeve, stupidity. Oh man. But yeah, Courtney, I absolutely completely agree with that. So let me bullet point these as just notes. We'll just put these as notes. And then let's do what was that? Let's say
I just thought
ginger.
about, okay, so if the tuxedo life is last,
Ginger Cat is Ginger Cat wants Ginger Cat secretly wants everyone to be friends. There we go. I want to be very straightforward. Let's see. WTC Hook, Hermes, an elderly black cat with gray whiskers and a regal air, feels his time is near. So, we were talking about that earlier, WTC. We ended up deciding on making, we could make Hermes a little older. Right now, we've decided Hermes is going to be like middle-aged, like human equivalent, 40 to 50s. So basically midlife crisis, like near the midlife crisis. We could make him an actual old man, but I think by making him not as old, we'll give him more flexibility as a character. I think that's why I didn't want to make him old, because then it creates more obstacle. I don't want obstacles to be as a result of his age. I want the obstacles to result in his character journey. But he could be having gray whiskers. I think that would play well into it.
I've seen a cat at 5 years old with gray whiskers, so
yeah. So I think we could actually go into the gray whiskers tro. I think that would actually be good. I'm going to add that to his appearance.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think Dark. I think she was getting a gray flex through. She was a tortoiseshell, and she was starting to get like gray spots through her fur by the time she was 10. So. But no, I'm thinking with the tuxedo cat, the reason they could be last, and this will play into their craziness. They're trying, so they start to get the other lives to go up against Hermes because, they're wanting revenge or whatever. And they're just getting pissed that they're failing. And that's why the tuxedo is the last.
Repeat that one more time.
So with the tuxedo being last, the reason the tuxedo could be last is they're trying to get the other lives to, let's say, just, get revenge or whatever on the last life. But they keep failing because Hermes is still there in his ninth life. So as they get closer, the tuxedo just starts getting really pissed off at this. And that's why they come last.
We could have the tuxedo cat be like truly like a coward at heart, which is why they're basically relying on all the other cats.
Oh, definitely.
Or, yeah, we could play into that. Absolutely. I do like that. I think it gives more motivation for why tuxedo is going last. They're like, all right, I'll just throw all the other cats.
Granted, we already have a desperate character. We have the chivalrous cat who is a desperate romantic. The tuxedo is a different kind of desperation. That's the desperation.
Well, I see tuxedo as more like that kind of like a feral desperation.
Well, considering they have a crazy dangerous life and they're a street cat, that definitely makes sense.
Exactly, and I think that will play into tuxedo cat being like a cool boss. I mean, you guys all know how it's going to go. Feral cat's going to be our tuxedo's cat, going to be our boss character, and then, oh no, tuxedo's not the true mastermind. Like that will be fun. WTC had some great ideas. He's on his 9th and final life and has no regrets. He's experienced adventure, companionship, and mischief. And he just wants to pass on in peace. So we had determined a little earlier, WTC, that he's in what was it that he has? He has the high ego because he's lived longer than any other cats, and he believes he has all the answers. Mischief there now. He just wants. I think he's just kind of over life. I think he's over. I think he has experienced everything, but he doesn't really remember much of his lives anymore until the inciting incident. And he's kind of just given up on life as compared to that. He's at the end of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like this. He's going to wake up from like a dream, right? And I think we'll have the dream be like he wakes up and he starts remembering he's starting to remember pieces of his past lives.
And so, like, yeah, when he wakes up, the first thing he remembers is being the Pharaoh's cat. We're trying to be, at least. And then, like shortly after that is when
I was an Egyptian kitty, or I was an Egyptian. I was a queen, or just we could do something like that. Courtney, maybe the true mastermind needs all lives for a power source for their survival. Absolutely. I think we could play into that.
Honestly, I've seen 2 things in the past week that actually play into that kind of trope. I just watched Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 today. And then the other day I was watching Adventure Time with Jake's real father.
I remember that.
And it was the same trope.
Oh, really?
It was because he needed Jake's stretchy powers so he could keep living, and he talks about having other kids before.
Mm-hmm.
So it sort of plays into this. He needs that the mastermind needs these lies to continue his own.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. I do like that. I say we go with that.
It's a neat trope.
There's something I actually really like one of your ideas, WTC. Suddenly the 8 ghostly figures of cats materialize around him. What if we have that as part of the prologue? So like we have like he wakes up from his dream and then he sees like some versions of the ghostly figures. And he thinks he's dreaming. But he doesn't remember all
actually
of
write
them.
that in very well.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great inciting incident. So Hermes wakes up from a dream, starting to recall a piece of his 8 past lives. He is greeted by the 8 ghostly figures. I like that WTC mentioned the aristocratic cat. I feel like one of the cats should actually be aristocratic.
That would probably be the Victorian cat.
Yeah, because we have a Victorian cat. I think the Victorian cat would be aristocratic. Absolutely. 100% agree. They're here. They explain to make sure he doesn't go out boring. I think one of the cats should definitely say that. And obviously all 8 of them are going to have kind of different motivations. But the tuxedo cat's going to be the one that we're framing as the mastermind.
Mm-hmm. The chivalrous one and like the kitten could be like the kindest ones that are actually like legitly trying to help him.
Mm-hmm.
And the other, like the ginger, could even be trying to help him, but the others could be either neutral or just kind of leaning towards the tux, but the tux being the worst.
Yeah, I really like that. I can also see WTCs giving some really great descriptions for some of these cats, like the warrior.
The warrior cat would be the Viking cat.
The Viking, yeah, the Viking. Well, because it's kind of like a Viking like pirate, where like that's kind of like our Viking pirate cat, and he's the one with like like missing an ear. It's kind of funny. I was playing off the anti being the one that killed him, i.e. the tuxedo. Playing out the anti being the one that killed him, i.e. the tuxedo. Like the anti-hero. And I know, Courtney, you're saying I was playing off the anti-hero being the one that killed him, that the tuxedo cat is the one that killed him. Okay, so actually I could actually see this. So we could play into this a little bit. What if and this would actually give him more capability to travel further around the world. What if we wake up with the tuxedo cat killing him? In a sense, nearly killing him. That puts him in kind of like a
near-death trance.
Exactly, which is what now he can travel greater distances, and it will actually let us be able to have him explore the world a little bit.
Yes, that would be
he's pulled each cat pulls him into a different area as they're trying to do whatever they want.
And one thing that could really play into that with him traveling too is each of these ghosts actually take him to areas that resemble where they were from.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he remembers that life, obviously, but then he's also seeing that kind of a territory. So he's not just reliving the memory, he's reliving the memory in that location. Mm-hmm. So it makes it more powerful. It makes it a little more dramatic.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I like that. And then this basically means that then each section is basically, it's almost like, it's interesting. Hermes just wants to be left alone, but now he's basically being pulled into each area by each of the 8 cats, essentially.
Can you make it?
Aw.
This is Fluffle, this is not Crow.
Let's see. Hermes wakes up from a dream, nearly killed by a tuxedo cat. On near death, he is greeted by the 8 ghostly lives. They are, yeah, and then I think the story is basically he's being pulled into each life is basically pulling him into their world for whatever reason. So it's almost like he becomes almost like a ghost in a sense, where then he's pulled and he appears, and now he kind of has to figure out why he's being taunted by this cat, when really he just wants to be left alone with his elves. With the queen of the elves. Oh man. Supernatural. All right, blood elves. We'll make blood elves, dark elves. How many they're gonna be vampire elves. All right, who's done vampire elves before? Vampiric elves. That's what I propose. Oh man. WGC, like street cat Hermes, scrappy and clever with a no sense attitude. Circus cat Hermes, playful and flamboyant, juggling mice. Yeah, I don't think we have a circus cat one. That could be really interesting. Street cat is definitely our scrappy one. He's kind of our antagonist. Explore Hermes, adventurous, wearing a tiny hat. Hermit cat Hermes, wise and reclusive. With, you know what's funny is we made Hermit cat very dim. We made our hermit a very, very dim character.
Yeah.
Courtney, you're like Tuxedo lied and said he was the 9th, so he tricked the true mastermind. Like Tuxedo Cat lied and said he was the 9th. As he remembers these lives, their ghosts become more defined. That's interesting. So I think with the Tuxedo lied and said he was the 9th, so he tricked. I think we should have the mastermind probably be smarter than Tuxedo for the reveal to work like that. But I think that they do become more defined. So it's almost like he has to face each cat at each section. That I actually really like.
Honestly, this whole thing is actually, and I sent Jared the message about this. For those who aren't familiar with Warrior Cats by Aaron Hunter, this actually has a whole like vibe of a cat going to receive his 9 lives.
Uh-huh.
For those who read through the series, Firestar, every time he loses a life, the ghost of himself in StarClan becomes a little more defined with each life lost until he loses his life and ends up joining them entirely. And where he's no longer a ghost to even StarClan, he's just there.
Oh, that's actually really interesting. That's really interesting. That sounds cool, actually.
I love the series so much, and it has all this kind of stuff.
Let's see. So I like that as Hermes remembers lives. Each ghost becomes more defined. Let's see. The ghost of like the ghost of Christmas Past. It's funny where Hermes is almost a Scrooge in a sense.
He kind of sounds like it.
So I feel like somebody, Emma, you're not the first to bring up Santa Claus. Somebody really wants Santa Claus to be in this world. If somebody wants to write a Santa Claus path, I am all for it.
Oh yeah,
it's really funny, especially with the holidays approaching. WTC, that's a great title for Act 2, the 9 Lives Tour. Yeah, because I mean, I don't think in Act 2 he should go through all the 9 lives. I think we split up the 9 lives, probably maybe 6 lives in this one and 3 in this. Granted, we could go 3, 3, 3, but I
really think we should go 2, 4, 3.
2, 4. Yeah, I think the Egyptian cat is going to be ingrained into Act 1.
Oh yeah.
I think
so
Egyptian
Act 1
cat,
at least has that.
2, 4, 3. But I think it would be interesting to call it the 9 Lives Tour to lead that one to believe, oh, the 9 Lives Tour. I think that's actually interesting.
That in Act 2 is also when he could start realizing that, okay, these other ghosts are going to be doing the same exact thing as these other 2 lives did, so I'm just going to have to deal with this.
Completely agreed. Let's see. And then WTC saying Pirate Hermes. Yeah, so I actually like this. Fun and games. The ghosts each take turns guiding Hermes through different challenges, often involving antics they were known for in life. Completely agreed. 100%. I think that absolutely works. Hermes takes him to a coastal fishing village to reclaim treasure. So our pirate is going to be like a Viking pirate. So like we could totally play into that. I think that'd be awesome.
I'm gonna have way too much fun with that one.
I know. I was like, oh, WTC, I hope that you write one of the story paths. You have some really great ideas over here. I'm like loving this.
Just Mr. Purr Baby.
Pharaoh's cat Hermes transports them to a museum where he insists on reclaiming an ancient Egyptian artifact in his honor.
Oh.
That's actually a really good idea. I like that.
Yeah.
So we're going to start off with our first one. So essentially, nearly cured by Tuxedo Cat. This is our inciting incident. On near death. Okay, Hermes. So I actually think that Hermes wakes up from a dream where he is greeted by the 8 ghostly lives. So I think this should be opening. And then he wakes up nearly being killed. Wakes up nearly being killed by Tuxedo Cat. He escapes. He escapes and is pulled into his first life. Basically, Pharaoh Cat saves him and pulls him into the Pharaoh Cat's world. And I feel like originally I was saying that we have Tuxedo Cat kind of using all the other ones, but I think it actually might create a better timeline if we have Tuxedo Cat chasing him. Like Tuxedo Cat is now trying to play a game of cat and mouse with him. I feel like that might actually work better. So because then we can have Tuxedo Cat show up for the midpoint, the transitions for like, oh, Tuxedo Cat's basically trying to taunt him. I think that might work a little better.
And honestly, it would be a good chance to show the Tuxedo actually getting angrier over time because the other lives are failing. So we could actually see that effect.
Mm-hmm. And I actually I like the Mass Toaster. He just wants to be left alone with the cat. Yeah, he literally just wants to be left alone with his cat. Mass Toaster, like, yes. I was like completely agreed. So I think he escapes, wakes up and is nearly killed by Tuxedo Cat. He is saved by all right, we're gonna have to call each of our cats by life number 1, Egyptian cat. Let's see. He is saved by life number 1, or he is saved by Egyptian cat. We'll just put life number 1. And has to in exchange for saving his life, Egyptian cat wants him to acquire an artifact in his honor.
The Egyptian cat could actually ask him to obtain a golden scarab, because that would go with the life, and 2, if it's something that belonged to the pharaoh, well, with the Egyptian cat being basically having a giant ego, it would make sense that they would want something that important.
Reclaim the golden scarab. I like that. All right, so he's going to reclaim
the golden. It also kind of shows that they have not exactly disdain, but they don't really care either way for others' lives. They're just kind of like, okay, you're going to do this for me, and this is just for me. I just happen to do this because I need your help.
I like that. And Hermes just wants to be left alone, and each cat is basically like, yeah, sure, you can go once you do this for me. And some of them will be like, there could be like a romantic vibe, or there could be just like, I want to kill you vibe, or go do this for me. And I think we can play around with different ideas for each cat. Awesome. So then he is saved by Egyptian cat, reclaim golden scarab in his honor. Obviously, we're going to be setting up the rules of the world at this point, since we're still in Act 1. I think Act 2, or not Act, but the end of Act 1 brings us to cat number 2 then.
With cat number 2 being the Viking pirates, what's one thing pirates are known for? Treasure.
Gold. Treasure.
They could see that he was sent to get the golden scarab, so they're like, hey, you managed to get this? Do you think you could help me too?
Or we could have the pirate steal the golden scarab from him.
Oh, that would be funny.
I think that'd be a good interlude. So let's see. Pirate cat steals golden scarab. Steals golden scarab. Yeah, and I think that would be. I think this would work as a really good transition. So like, so then Hermes chases after pirate cat. Hermes learns more about, or Hermes chases after pirate cat. Hermes learns why the ghosts are after him. I think because this would then be the end of, this would then transition to Act 2. You'll of which he'll learn, all right, you're only going to be able to return to your normal life once you've dealt with all 8 ghosts. And this would then go into the 9 Lives tour arc. I think this is when Hermes learns that he has to deal with 8 ghosts if he wants to be left alone. And I think that's then how we would do that, the transition into Act 2. So I think this is actually a very clear structure for Act 1.
Oh, yeah.
This is a very clear structure. I'm actually very happy about this. So I think this is pretty good here. I think we can probably do more of this plotting when we get to these acts later on. But I think let's just do a brief overview for these acts. The 9 Lives tour. I feel like we now need a name for Act 1. WTC, you kind of set us up for like this cool naming structure. Now I feel like we need a name for Act 1. Like we can come up with something clever. But I think in Act 2, then it basically Hermes goes through trials and tribulations involving cats. What is it? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So cats 3 through 6. Cats number 3 through 6. Midpoint, Hermes is confronted by Tuxedo Cat. And then we probably learn Tuxedo Cat's intentions. Learn his intention. And then the transition. Actually, this is when we should introduce our flying corgi. Flying corgi should be introduced in the 9 Lives tour. So we should probably introduce his sidekick. Introduce flying corgi. Flying corgi sidekick.
You know, after he learns why the other lives are after him, that's when he could be like trying to return home, and that's when he encounters the flying corgi, who's like, "Hey, you know, you really shouldn't have to be dealing with this. I can take you home," and they just end up staying with them.
What? Sorry, one more time. What was that? I got distracted.
I'm thinking like, so he deals with the pirate cat, and he learns, why they're, the ghosts are after him, and he just wants to go home, and he ends up encountering this flying corgi somehow, who's like, okay, well, you really shouldn't have to be dealing with this. I can give you a lift home. Not really realizing that he's kind of stuck dealing with these lives. But then, so like he's trying to take Hermes home, and that's when the next life comes in, and the corgi's just like, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna let you deal with this alone because that's just bullcrap.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I actually really, really like that. And that creates a fun transition. I love that. And that would be a great transition here, especially if Hermes is on some type of pirate ship or some type of ship, and the flying corgi just like, we do something fun with that.
Honestly, if we want to make it depressing, he could be like on a driftwood.
Oh, that is hilarious. He's on a piece of so Hermes ends up on a piece of driftwood. This would be the conclusion of Act 1, and then Act 2, Hermes is saved by the flying corgi. Hermes is saved by the flying corgi, which is his sidekick. WTC, that's a great Act 1. The Last Life. Absolutely. 100% beautiful. Beautiful beginning. The Last Life, the 9 Lives tour, and then Act 3, the fair. I like this. That's Toaster. Catastrophe. Catastrophe has to be a name for it has to be a name for one of these. If we're doing these in chapters, a catastrophe has to be a name. That's hilarious. The Farewell. I feel like we can come up with something stronger for Act 3. I like Catastrophe a little bit more, but I feel like there's something stronger. But I think for names, I want to include those because those are some really good names. Chapter names, name ideas. Well, I guess this should probably go more into structure a little bit. I'm going to go here. So I make sure I spelled that right. And then the Farewell, because I think those are both really good names.
Mm-hmm.
So WTC, by the way, you came up, let's see, WTC, you mentioned that you had dropped a Discord. So you added a possible adventure for the Hermit Cat adventure in Discord. That's actually really, really cool. WTC, can you do us a favor and can you submit it through the submission form? Let me drop the submission form because this is where we're collecting all the data for this. Let me pull up the link. And this is, once again, this is a really good call out for anybody who's just hopping into the stream. If you want to suggest any ideas or you want to be involved, whether you want to write a portion or just suggest the ideas, here is the link for the submission form. So go drop the stuff in the submission form. That's where we're gathering everything in one place. So that way we can make sure everyone gets the credit and we can make sure we're structuring everything. Because WTC, I briefly scanned what you read, and that's awesome. Yeah. So you'll have to check out. Did you see what WTC posted in the Discord?
I have it up right now.
The Hermit Cat, that's like perfect. That is like such a perfect. That's such a perfect arc. That'd be really, really good. Orange Cat.
Honestly, I love that whole thing. Just it plays into the dimness so much.
I know. That's so perfect. I love this title mask. Orange Cat's Blues.
Oh, God.
I love the irony. That is a great chapter title. Orange Cat's Blues. Oh, I love that. All right. So I think that the final whiskers. All right. That's we're going to be able to come up with so many ironic names. I think every chapter title needs to be an ironic cat named, ironic cat pun named.
Gonna make me write puns to this entire thing. Oh, God.
Final whiskers, but Hermes isn't going to be like corny at all. We'll make sure that Hermes is more 9 Lives United. I like that. 9 Lives United.
That would actually be a really good title for maybe like the last chapter or something.
I think so too. This would be a great one for the resolution.
Yeah.
For either climax or resolution. Okay, so Act 1, I feel good about that. Act 2, Hermes goes through trials and tribulations involving cats 3 through 6. Midpoint, he's confronted by Tuxedo Cat. So I guess we'll do cats 3 through 4. Hermes goes through trials and tribulations of cats 5 and 6, number 5 through 6. Awesome. And then Act 3, let's say cat number 7. And then Tuxedo Cat Showdown. Well, this, and then Mastermind. True Mastermind revealed. And Fight. And then our resolution, which I think our resolution should be called the 9 Lives United. I think that's very clever. 9 Lives United. And then technically this is our 4 secret endings. 4 endings. We'll put 4 endings. We're going to put 4 endings. And then we'll go the one, we'll go Actually, I should probably do this bullet point or numbered. 1, the true ending, which will be the end of the main story. And then we'll go the three secret endings. And we're gonna go the tragedy, tragic ending, tragic end, comedic end, and then the dark, ironic / weird end. That's the story. That's the story in a nutshell. I feel so happy. Like, this is so awesome. I am so stoked. Like, all right, guys. So, like, what we're gonna do next, because I think this is actually a very good summary of the overall plot. I think we have the first act more fleshed out, but the great thing is we'll get to develop and play around with it the more we write into the story. And I think this gives us an absolutely great starting point. Now, before we hop into the next section, I just want to say, like, I love the creativity. I feel like we've been getting so many ideas. I've seen a couple more submissions come in through the submission form, and I'm just even more excited to write the story. So, like, with everything that we've gone through so far, we've gone over the character development for Hermes. We've done the world building. We've now plotted it out, and I've kind of involved the plot and the structure a little bit. I think what we're going to do next is we'll come up with the intro. We'll write the brief intro for the story so that if you want to be involved, you can start writing paths for the story this week. So this coming week, which will be November 4th through November 10th, is going to be our week to focus on writing the stuff for Act 1. Next Saturday, we're going to put everything together that we've got, and then we're going to write the rest of the paths for Act 1 and see what we can get over the weekend. We should be having a special guest from the gaming industry, which I'll be announcing next week.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Let's see. One ending is Hermes is stuck living with his dumb ginger. That'd be such a funny comedic. That would be such a comedic ending. Oh my god, he's just stuck.
Oh my
god. I think that's absolutely hilarious. I think that is so Master. I love that. Yes. Oh my god. I don't think we're deciding what the endings are yet, but I think that is definitely a contender. I need to write that down because that's hilarious. I'm creating a second page just for our ending ideas because I completely agree. Let's see.
I got him with his pet peeve being stupidity. Oh, that would just be so fun to write.
Endings. All right, I'm adding that down because I think that's actually a really good idea. Hermes forced to Hermes is stuck living with his dumb it's the only, like, all of the other like lives don't survive except for the ginger one.
Oh, that just makes it worse.
Oh my god, that would be so funny for the comedic ending. I really actually hope we do. That's hilarious. Oh man, WTC had some really other good one. Pause at Peace. I'm gonna add these ones. Pause at Peace is a great chapter idea. Chapter title: Pause at Peace. We got catastrophic. What was the other? We had catastrophe. Catastrophe. There's a lot we could do with the word catastrophe. Pause at Peace. The Shadows of 9. Oh, that was just ominous. That's actually I feel like that'd be a good chapter title. The Shadows of 9. Ooh, I like that. I really like that.
I think we should go with Mary's idea for the title of the story.
Is Cat O' Nine Tails. Ooh, I love that. So I think what we'll do, we'll put up we'll ask the Discord this week what the titles for the story should be. And then we'll put a poll up on Monday for next week for the top 4 story titles. So we'll let all you guys vote on it over the course of the week. Yeah, I'm super open to all of them. I think the Cat o' Nine Tails, I think that's a strong contender. I actually really like that. Structure, I'm going to put this under story. Let's go story title ideas. Because like we do need a title. I think right now I'm using a generic title for it. Let's see. Nope. Let's drop that. All right. So this will be story title idea or story title ideas. And right now the generic title for it is Hermes the cat versus the what was that? The 8 past lives or versus his 8 lives versus 8 past lives. That's just the generic title I have so far. This one, Cat o' Nine Tails. I like that. If we do something like that, then I say we do Cat o' Nine Tails, and then the subtitle would be a Hermes the Cat story. I think if we do something like that, because I think that's that way it's clear that it's it's Hermes the Cat. Chapter title: Too Dumb to Die. Oh my goodness!
That's got to be the title of the ginger.
Yeah, it's gonna be the title of the ginger. Too dumb to die. Ginger cat title. Oh, WDC, your names are cracking me up. I think that's hilarious.
You know, either that's going to be the title for the Ginger Cats chapter, or it's going to be the title for the secret ending with the Ginger Cat.
Yes, Ginger Cat title, or a secret. Or a comedic secret ending. That would be great. Or comedic secret ending. Oh, I'm falling in love with our dumb cat. And we haven't even written our dumb ginger yet. Oh my god. Oof. You guys are cracking me up. I'm enjoying this too much. Okay. So endings, perfect. So definitely, guys, keep throwing out the ideas. Keep them coming. Let's get our prologue set up right now. So I think we have this stuff. I don't think I need this right now. Let's see. So let me create a new document. And we'll just put generic title until we come up with another. We'll just put this as our working title. And then we'll have everyone vote this week so we can come up with one. Hermes the cat versus 8 lives. Or Cat o' Nine Tails, or Cat o' Nine Tails. Working, and I'll put these as working titles. All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to blow this up. Here is our title. Oh, we'll do this as a, let's go title. All right, perfecto. All right, so I got that. I think I want to go in, I like to go Georgia for my fonts now. All right, so I think here, I'm trying to think of what's the best way to frame this. I was like, we'll put this here. I'm just trying to think if I need to keep the cat stuff on the screen.
I don't think you do at this point.
Yeah, I was like, I'll just do it like that. And we'll go Hermes the cat versus the 8 lives, or Cat o' Nine Tails. And make sure I can get this here. Perfect. All right, so what do we have now? Let me pull this up so that way I can still see. And it was like, let's see, I'll do this. So this will be easier. There we go. And that way you can still see. Can you see the right sides well enough, Sol?
It's a little tight.
Let's do this here. So I want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a little better.
Just want to make sure that we can see this. Okay, so now we have this stuff here. So let's go back to our plot. A cat's guide to ghostbusting himself. Oh my god.
Dude, I love your titles.
Sol, will you do me a favor and will you add these titles that keep coming in to our Google Doc? So what I'll do is I can add them. I should have just done these as a Google Doc to begin with. Well, but I'll have the Google Doc run. Maybe that's how we'll share it. Maybe I'll set up a Google Doc for people to check out story notes.
Yeah.
I think that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to create a Google Doc. So anybody who wants to write a piece of the story should go check the Google Doc, so they should see what elements we've decided as a community, and then they can that will help them with decision making. Okay. So obviously Hermes the cat wakes up. Hermes. Now, obviously, guys, so if something comes if an idea comes to you, definitely just throw it out there. Let's see, I want to make sure that this is big enough for you guys to see. Let's make this a little bigger. All right. Mass Toaster. These names WTC that you're giving are phenomenal. Ginger's superpower, his stupidity. His stupidity actually is the reason he stays alive. That's probably the truth, actually, Mass Toaster. It's probably the truth. Let's see. So starting with our initial story. So Hermes wakes up from a dream. All right. So let's see. What am I going to go? So Hermes. All right. So Hermes found himself relaxing on a nice sunny beach. Perfect weather, sunny beach. Perfect weather. Perfect. Perfect weather with a cool glass of milk outstretched, with a cool glass of milk stretched in one paw. The weather was perfect. The water was clear. Not a single soul in sight. Just not a single soul in sight. Talk about a dream vacation. All right. And of course, he's in a dream. So we're going to set him up on a very cool beach. Opening moment, he's on a cool. So basically, the opening moment is he's basically sitting by himself, drinking a glass of milk. And I think this is probably a good opening moment. So I'll let you handle the banners, any banners and comments that come in for a second while I work on writing this. Are you setting up on the game end yourself?
No, right now I am writing down the titles that WTC is putting up.
I absolutely love them. I think WTC, you're coming up with some great ideas. That's exactly what we need for titles. And then what we can do is we could throw the title ideas out there. So if anybody wants to write something, then we could add, then people have a list of titles that they could run with.
Dude.
Let's see. The 9 commandments. Hermes found himself relaxing on a nice sunny beach. Perfect weather with a cool glass of milk stretched in one paw. The weather was perfect. The water was clean. Not a single soul in sight. Talk about a dream vacation. He could, let's see. He could live and die on this beach. Let's see. After what felt like hours of lounging about, or after with nearly after polishing off his delicious glass of milk. Better description for milk, I'm sure. Polishing off his delicious glass of milk, he rises with a stretch. He rises and stretches out and stretches his paws out. His black tail, his black. Did we decide? Should we make his tail maybe like a ring on his tail? Something unique, I think, about his tail, probably.
I first thought it was a white tail tip, but that's kind of common. So
Yeah, I was like,
we'll think of something.
yeah, so I'll just put this now. His black and white tail swung leisurely about before him as he approached the water. As he approached the water, the ocean was crystal clear with a crystal clear with a green, with a bluish, with a perfect, with a crystalline blue reflection. He bent at the water's edge. At the water's edge, he bent down to scoop up a glass of water. When it rose to his lips, it turned into a glass. It turned into another glass of milk. All right. So this is the milk. Does the milk cause him to get drunk? That's actually a really great call out. So we can actually decide that maybe the milk does get him drunk, or maybe it's the catnip. Like milk could be like alcohol to him, and catnip could be like drugs. So we could do that. That would actually be an interesting direction.
I would say that I like the idea of milk getting him drunk, but I think it should take a bit for two reasons. One, it's
he's kind of
not
treating
like
it almost like a glass of Chardonnay. Maybe we should have him the milk in like a wine glass. Like there's something kind of funny about that. That's actually really good. Hermes found himself. The water was clear, not a single talk about it. He could live after polishing. Talk about a dream with a cool, sunny beach, perfect weather with a wine glass filled with a perfect weather with a wine glass stretched with a wine glass, perfect weather with a wine glass held in one paw. The weather was perfect. The water was clear, not a single soul. He could live and die on this beach. He purred at the wine glass full of the most delicious substance known to cat kind, milk. After polishing perfect, so let me do that. He's basically holding a wine glass. I think that's kind of funny. It rose to his lips. At the water's edge, he bent down to scoop up another. He bent down to refill his milk glass. When it rose to his lips, it turned into at the water. He bent down to refill his glass. When it rose to his lips, the water transformed. When it rose to his lips, the water transformed into another glass of milk, fermented milk. I feel like we're going to be playing around with this. WTC, I think it's a good idea. When it rose to his lips, the water transformed into another glass of milk. We're going to have this be something calling out. We should probably touch on his reflection. As he gulped down the rest of his what something amazing, the rest of his dessert. As he gulped down the rest, we'll just put the rest for now. As he gulped down the rest, he glared at the worn. He glared at his worn out reflection in the waters. In the water, his black fur was matted and weathered. His black fur was matted and weathered beyond belief. A scar. I don't know why I'm giving him a scar, but apparently he's gonna have a scar across one eye for right now. I don't know. Do you think he should have a scar?
At this point, with his 9th life, yeah. Especially with the last life being a tux and the second life being a Viking pirate. Yeah, no, he's gonna have a scar.
A white scar across one eye. A white scar across one eye. There was a white scar. A white scar crossed his right eye that glared back at him. His black fur was mad and weathered beyond belief. A white scar crossed his right eye that glared back at him. He felt. Did he always feel this tired? How easy it would be to fall, how easy it would be to drown himself in milk for the end of his days. Hermes held his paws out to either side when held out his paws to the other side when a noise called out to him. I was like, I don't think I need to do that. Hermes held out his paws to either side until, and we'll go here. Catnip. And I'll do that. Catnip. Hermes perked up. Hermes stopped. Hermes froze. His head spinning around at the sound of his favorite treat. He smelled catnip. He smelled catnip in the air. What does catnip smell like?
It's kind of like mint. It's sort of like something between mint and sage.
He smelled catnip in the air. The minty smell. Aroused his senses and alerted him to the only thing that mattered. Hermes took off. Hermes tossed the milk glass aside, taking off at a full pounce in the direction of the catnip. The more he ran, the closer he got to his. The more he ran, the farther he ran, the more the catnip drove him past the point of a crazed demeanor. He had to get that nip. He had to get that nip now. Hermes leaped off of a beach, off of a cliff-side edge, soaring through the air as the space around him transformed. He landed in a field of catnip. He could die here in peace. All right. So I think this is where, so I wanted to set up the beginning of it. So I think obviously we could play around with this, but I wanted to set up where the dream's about to transition now. He's now in a field of catnip. Like, for some reason, this seems to be perfect for him. He landed in a field of catnip. He could die here in peace. Hermes rolled around, smelling the catnip. Hermes dashed through the fields, chomping at bits of at every bit of catnip possible. He was encompassed by sage, mint, and everything good in the world. This was paradise. All right, so I think that's good. So this was paradise, and then let's see. So, all right. So this is what I need your suggestion. Do you think that I should have each of the ghost cats show up one by one, or maybe they all probably show up at 1 second? Because I'm going to foreshadow. This is paradise. As while running,
he could see glimpses of them. He could see like little glimmers that hint at them, but he doesn't see them properly at first.
Okay, I like that. While running, he felt a sudden stabbing pain in his gut. While running, he felt a sudden stabbing pain in his gut, which caused him to crash to the ground. He slid across mounds of his beautiful catnip, forever damaging those in the process. He looked down, paws contracted, feeling his stomach, but there was nothing there. Only a painful sensation resonated. Only a painful sensation resonated within. And then here we can introduce his name. Hey, Hermes. Which spirit do you think we should call out to him? I'm like, we should probably do the swashbuckler since it's technically Act 1. We should probably have the swashbuckler. I mean,
let's have the Pharaoh do it since they're the first one.
Yeah.
Because honestly, my thought was have the ginger call out because they seem like they'd be the friendliest. But at the same time, we don't want to reveal them too early.
Yeah, because I
So
feel
it'd
like
be a
what this is
lot
going to be.
better for the Pharaoh.
Yeah, and I'm like, because the Pharaoh is technically going to be Act 1, or should it be the Tuxedo Cat? Like,
Ooh, that's actually a good question.
because I think because technically Tuxedo Cat's technically are going to be our antagonist, so it might actually make sense to introduce him as like, yeah, actually it probably would subvert expectations if Tuxedo Cat, because Tuxedo Cat's the one who's stabbing him right now. A dim outline, a dim not outline. What's another word for outline? A dim shape. A dim shape floated off in the distance, resembling another cat. Hermes sat up, rubbing his eyes as he asked, I'm going to take what WTC said. Hermes sat up, rubbing his eyes as he asked, how fermented was that milk? How fermented was that milk? How fermented was that milk? He rubbed his eyes again. But the floating shape didn't disperse. It pounced around in circles. It pounced around in circles, just like a cat. The shape called out. Hey, Hermes. I can come up with better dialogue, but for now, the shape called out again. Let's see. What do we have for the plot name? Hermes, Act 1, The Last Lie. What would be a good nickname? Oh yeah, pranced is a good one, Mary. I like that. Pranced. It pranced around, and I like that. Prance is a better word. What would be a good like demeaning nickname that that tuxedo cat could call Hermes?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I feel like there should be some type of shape called out again. Hey, Scarface.
That honestly, I mean, it would be accurate.
Hey, Scarface.
And like Hermes could like react to it because like it's so weird.
Mm-hmm. The shape called out again. Hey, Scarface. Nobody calls me that but my mother.
Oh god.
Let's see. Hey, Scarface. Nobody calls me that. Hermes hopped. Hermes hopped on all fours, chasing after the shape which floated. Shape which floated ahead of him. I'll show you. I'll show you, Scarface, buddy. Hermes cried out, picking up the pace. Hermes yelped, feeling a painful jab to his gut, like it was being torn open, but nothing. But when he glanced down, nothing was changed. The clawless wonder, whiskered clawless wonder, whiskered washout. I actually kind of hate Scarface. Clawless wonder. Okay, we're gonna have to come up with nicknames. We're gonna have to come up with a list of nicknames for the cats to call Hermes. And I think this is actually going to be a really clever thing. I think Clawless Wonder actually works very well. So let's go. I'm going to just throw up here.
Each of these could actually be specific to each of the lives.
Yep, I completely agree. I actually think this is what makes very, very, very good.
I'm going to say this for Mass Toaster. Technically, we can use Scarface because it's kind of it's okay. So yeah, it's used like in a major movie, but we're not using it for one to make money.
Mm-hmm.
But also, my teacher actually covered
Scarface might be public domain, but I don't know how long.
I think it might be.
Scarface.
My teacher actually mentioned that name specifically.
We'd also have to see if there's a copyright on the name Scarface, because I don't think there would be a copyright on it.
I'll look it up.
Let's see. We're just gonna give different nicknames. Scarface, Clawless Wonder, Whiskered.
It is public domain.
Cool, awesome. Whiskered Washout, Fleabag. I think I actually do like Scarface, but I think Scarface might be better for another area. I think if we do something like Clawless Wonder, but technically he has claws right now, but there could be an irony. Whiskered Washout. So what I want to think about something that's going to be the closest to his character journey. Fleabag. Clawless Wonder or Whiskered Washout.
If this is the Tuxedo speaking, it would make sense for the Whiskered Washout rather than Clawless Wonder.
Hey, Whiskered Washout. And then I'll have him real clever. Real clever. Real clever ghost. Real clever. I guess I could have thought of that in my sleep. Whatever you say, Scarface. There we go. So I think I'll try both. The shape called out again. Hey, Whiskered Washout. Real clever. I could have thought of that in my sleep. I feel like I can probably have a better retort. I'm never too good with retorts. I feel like I could have a better retort from Hermes. Whatever you say, Scarface. Nobody calls me that. Hermes hopped on all fours, chasing after the shape. I think that's a good little intro. Everyone gives him a nickname except Ginger Cat.
Honestly, I feel like the Ginger Cat, at the worst, would call him Buddy.
Yeah, and he's like, give me. I prefer the nickname. I prefer Scarface. He's like, hey, buddy. He's like, call me Scarface. And he just starts going through the different nicknames. He's like, call me the whiskered washout. Nah, buddy, I don't call names. Oh my god. I feel like the ginger cat's gonna be kind of like a Jerry from Rick and Morty. I like it kind of feels like that's the direction that he's going.
Yeah, he kind of is.
Kind of feel like that's what his like character type's gonna be. For anybody who's watched Rick and Morty, that's like totally seems like he's gonna be.
He's like the supporting comedic character of the entire thing.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to have Ginger Cat show up be way before his arc. I was like, what cat number is Ginger Cat again? Ginger Cat
he could also be a secondary supporting character.
He could. I actually think he could. He should be. Ginger Cat is number 6. So actually, we technically have him showing up at the beginning of Act 2. Then. No wait, we're going here. So technically, he's showing up. So Act 1, Act 1, Act 2, Act 2. So right now, Ginger is showing up at the end of Act 2, based on the way that we had plotted it out. Yeah, I think we find a way to have Ginger show up sooner. Let's see. So back here, Hermes yelped, feeling nobody calls me that. Hermes hopped on all fours, chasing after the shape which floated ahead of him. I'll show you, Scarface, buddy. Hermes cried out, picking up the pace. Hermes yelped, feeling a painful jab to his gut, like it was being torn apart. But when he glanced down, nothing was changed. He kept on running. He darted in between stalks of catnip, ensuring the salvation of his precious plant. The shape continued to dart back and forth, somehow managing to destroy each stalk of catnip it passed, despite its ghostly form. Hey, you better. Hey, you better pay for that. There's going to be a certain irony if Hermes is the one to come up with the buddy nickname, and then Ginger is the one that runs with it.
Oh god, that would be perfect.
I think that's going to be good. Let's see. So we have some good things here. Everyone gives him a nickname except Ginger Cat. Calls Hermes our best friend. Yep, completely agree. WTC is like, better a washout than a wash up. Like some cats I know. Says the kitten who couldn't handle even one of my lives.
Oh my god. Dude, these retorts are awesome.
Yeah, no, I actually really like that. WTC, you got some great retorts. Let me use one of them. Better, so you gave me a couple. Better a washout than a wash up. Like some cats I know. Says the kitten who couldn't handle even one of my lives. I kind of like that. That's actually some good tension. Or a washout, huh? That's rich coming from a half pint furball. Ooh, so which one do you like? Those are all really good. Better a washout than a wash up. Says the kitchen who couldn't handle even one of my lives. A washout, huh?
I think I like that one because the half pint furball.
That's rich coming from a half pint furball. I like that. Washout, huh? I like that. Whatever you say. Okay, cool. That works out very well. Great recommendation, WTC. That's clever. I'm never good with retorts. So I think that's definitely something I'll rely on the community from, especially for the comedic stuff. Nobody calls me that. Hermes hopped on all fours. Good. He's chasing. Chase. Oh, that cuts me. I actually kind of like that too. Oh, that cuts me deep. I'm gonna save that cuts me deep for a future retort because I actually really like that. Unless we do that. Oh, that cuts me deep. Actually, that gives me a good idea. Oh, that cuts me deep. Hermes, and I'll do that. Oh, that cuts me deep. Hermes retorted sarcastically. The ghostly shape taunted. Guess it's time. Who needs this? Who needs this precious catnip anyways? The ghostly shape taunted. Who needs this precious catnip anyways? The stalks of catnip surrounding the figure wilted. Or surrounding the figure sprouted up, or the stalks of catnip surrounding the figure lit up in flames. Perfect.
That would be a little more dramatic than just wilting.
Yeah, I think sprouts up in flames, and then this is what gets Hermes to chase after him instead of the Scarface line. The stalks of catnip surrounding the figure lit up in flames. Who needs this precious catnip anyways? Hermes. Hermes. Pause. Hermes claws detracted. Anger lit up his face. All that's the last nip out of you, buddy. All right, Hermes hopped on all four, and I think that's a better transition. Hermes hopped on all fours, chasing after the shape, which floated ahead of him. There we go. And I think that's better. That's a last nip out of you, buddy. Hermes. All right, then we have the chasing. That's the last nip out of. That's the last nip out of you. I can probably do something more clever. Marcel, like, isn't Jerry a pathetic, selfish loser? You are right. Jerry is a pathetic, selfish loser type. I don't think we make Ginger Cat as pathetic, but I think we're playing into the loser type. But like the comedic element is always like situational with Jerry, of that like he just doesn't ever get it. Everything always goes right over his head, and the characters know it goes right over his head, which is why the situations are pretty funny. You're like, maybe instead we want him to be like a Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack Horseman, bubbly, friendly, himbo vibes. I actually haven't seen BoJack Horseman, so have you?
I have. My husband's watched it, and I kind of sat with him. Mm-hmm. I could maybe see him being a little bit like Mr. Peanut Butter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, now that I think about it, no, he'd be more like Mr. Peanut Butter.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll have to make sure to check out his character type then, so that way we can make Ginger more like a Mr. Peanut Butter character, if that's more accurate.
Yeah.
By the way, welcome, Pause. Welcome, my friend. Yeah, we've definitely gone through a good majority of it. Make sure to watch the replay because we've done a lot of work in building today. Let me drop the link again. If you want to be involved with any of this, Pause, AWN guidelines. There's the form to check out the rules and guidelines to be involved. I'm going to post up all the notes, everything we made today on some type of Google Doc. All right, let's see. And let's see, rating. So right now we're currently writing the prologue. I feel very happy about the direction our prologue is taking.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so let's get that. Destroy each stalk of catnip it passed. So Hermes yelped, feeling a painful jab to his gut, like it was being torn open. But when he glanced down, nothing was changed. He darted in between stalks of catnip, lighting on fire. He darted in between stalks of catnip, ensuring the salvation of his precious plants. Even though the majority of them were lighting up in flames. The shape continued to dart back and forth, somehow managing to wait, hold on, that doesn't make sense. So, ensuring the precious plants. The shape continued to dart back and forth, somehow managing to destroy each stalk of catnip it passed, despite its ghostly form. Soon, Hermes was running through a field of flaming catnip.
You know, honestly, that moment is going to be really funny to write, like in the story, because if you burn catnip, the smell is just. I've done that with my cats. Instantly reacted someone stronger.
Soon, Hermes was running through a field of flaming catnip. The smell was tragic. He might as well just give up now. The smell was tragic. No, I don't give up. You're paying for that. The Hermes. You're paying for this, nip buddy. A laughter rang out in the air. As the ghostly figure stopped just before him, appearing slightly more solidified. Let's see, what was that cat? The cat was Tixia. Appearing slightly more solidified. It looked like a tuxedo cat. It looked like a tuxedo cat. It wasn't just a tuxedo cat. It wasn't just the look of a tuxedo cat that haunted him, but something more that Hermes couldn't quite pinpoint. Hermes skidded to a halt, but it was too late as the ghostly tuxedo cat vanished, and Hermes slid off another cliff. Free falling. He plummeted through the air. His gut was screaming out in pain. He clutched his gut, which was now screaming out in pain. Love that. Ginger Cat is my favorite. I think Ginger Cat's going to be everybody's favorite character in this story. Ginger Cat's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, that's exactly what Sol said. Guess your dreams have gone up in smoke, said Tuxie. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's a good quote. You're paying for this nip, buddy.
That's a very nice retort.
Guess your dreams has gone up in smoke. The the ghostly figure taunted. It stopped just before Hermes. It stopped. The ghostly figure taunted. It stopped. Now appearing slightly. Now appearing more solidified. It wasn't just the look of a tuxedo cat that haunted Hermes. It wasn't just the look of a tuxedo cat that haunted Hermes, but something more that couldn't quite be pinpointed. Hermes skidded to a halt, but it was too late as the ghostly tuxedo cat vanished and Hermes slid off another cliff. Free falling, he plummeted through the air. He clutched his gut, which screamed in pain. Clouds. What's that? He fell through clouds of. He fell face first through clouds of. What would the clouds resemble in his dream? He fell face first through clouds of. What would the clouds resemble? He fell face first through clouds of yarn.
Yeah.
He fell face first through clouds of yarn, getting more tangled by the moment. Feathers would be an interesting one. I mean, it would be less tingling him up.
I think though for this kind of thing going on though, getting tangled in clouds of yarn is a little more appropriate though.
Yeah.
At least it paints a better picture.
He fell face first through clouds of yarn, getting more tangled by the moment. As he spun around, he witnessed more ghostly figures. And then let's see, and then I think we can reference all 8 of our cats. Or all 7. As he spun around, he witnessed more ghostly figures. A ghost with a headdress. Wait, what would be our Egyptian cat? It's a headdress, right?
Mm-hmm.
A ghost with a headdress. A ghost with a ghost with. Do we get that for our Viking pirate?
I would say.
Because I feel like I almost went sword, but I was like, we just did a hat, so I feel like we should probably do. That goes with an eye patch.
Leather tunic
for our Viking pirate.
Mm-hmm. Leather tunic and a sash.
I feel like that might not be as obvious though. I feel like we could do something that's more pirate. I mean, or Viking, or we could go the Viking helmet. We could totally reference.
Yes.
Yeah, a ghost with a Viking helmet. The yarn tangling. Hermes up even further. His gut crying out in pain. His vision. Nope, I'll just do that. He fell. More ghosts. Appearing. Actually appearing, flitting across his vision. A ghost with, let's see, what do we got? So we got Viking, kind.
I think the kindness kitten should have like a ribbon or a bow.
A ghost with a bow. Yep. I think a ghost with a giant red bow. And this is cool because then we can we can attach each of these cats with an item. And I think we're essentially attaching giving these items relevance.
The chivalrous cat then would have a rose.
You know, it's actually really funny, WGC. Make sure that there should be a laser pointer trap in one of the chapters. No, I'm pretty sure it was Nil who wanted to introduce a laser pointer trap. I feel like there's probably going to be a couple of people wanting to use laser pointers. Maybe we should make
we'll find somewhere to put those.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do so. We're going to have to figure it out. Like laser pointers should be like more predominant like traps in this world. I feel like we can tie it into the main. That's really fun.
Thing is, though, we have to make sure that they stay time-based relevance.
Mm-hmm.
So the ginger, vegan, and tuxedo cats would probably be the only lives to have those.
That's a good point. That is absolutely a good point.
But yeah, no, I promise we will have those somewhere in the store. I can actually see the tuxedo cat using them though.
So we got our chivalrous cat. Our romantic should probably be the sword.
Well, the chivalrous, I think that should be like,
or maybe a rose.
A rose.
Yeah. I'm glad we both arrived there. A ghost with a rose.
You know, actually, wait. With him being a desperate romantic, it could be a wilted rose.
Ooh, I like that. A ghost with a wilted rose between their teeth. A ghost with a wilted rose between their teeth. The pain screamed. Hermes' gut felt like it was exploding. The world spun around him. His vision blurred. As more ghosts passed him by. So let's see, we got 4. Now we're on a ghost with the wilted rose. Now we're on to Victorian cat. So we'll end with these last 3 since we've already done tuxedo cat. We'll end with these last 3 and then have him wake up. So let's see, Victorian cat. Our aristocratic
loner. For some reason, I keep thinking of a silver hand mirror.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that could work. Like the Victorian cat's going to be the one that's very vain. So they're going to be very, very vain, very much about the way they look.
Yeah, then a silver hand mirror would work.
Yeah. A ghost with a silver hand mirror. And okay, then
what's Ginger gonna have?
Oh my god, guys!
The hermit. It's just like,
guys, what item should represent the ginger cat? What item should represent the ginger cat? I was like, I feel like we can probably get some good ideas. Everyone gives them.
Because let's see, let's see. I'm trying to remember what years exactly was Victorian. I always forget.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's see, the tuxedo cat. Let's say we put this into real years. Tuxedo cat would be like what, 20, 24, 23, you know, something kind of recent maybe. Vegan cat would maybe be like,
but we're also going supernatural, right? So with the supernatural elements, we could really say like, all right, it can be a laser pointer. It could have existed sooner, but we could call it something different.
Okay, for some reason, I don't know why, but I keep thinking suddenly the ginger hermit having like almost being like a monk, like dressing like a monk, like wearing a habit or something.
We could do that. We could go something like a monk attire. And Mask was saying like, why couldn't he also have a sword? I feel like he could. We could have the ginger have a sword, but I feel like we could go like, I feel like the ginger's probably a pacifist.
The ginger is not going to have anything like a weapon. No, honestly, this guy just really makes me think of like a monk or a hippie or something of that ilk.
What? Let's see, because we are
What about a
on
clay goblet?
a goblet. I don't know if that would be obvious enough, because then that thinks like something like drinking. Top hat.
That'd be more like the Victorian.
Yeah, I kind of a ghost hat with a. I actually almost kind of like, what if we had this ghost with the top hat and the silver mirror? The ghost, the
Yes.
aristocrat is the only one who has 2 items: a ghost hat with a top hat and a silver hand mirror. I actually really like that. Top hat's a good one. The cane would be an interesting one. Do we give the ginger the cane? Like, I'm trying, because cane's going to represent old age. So if we give it to that, then they're going to think something more old.
Yeah, that might work because the ginger, if they're living as a hermit, they could have lived out there for who knows how long.
Interest. So we play into the ginger's dimness as basically being they're just so old, they're basically senile. I mean, that's like, but I also don't know what the butter, the character from BoJack Horseman. I don't know what that character type is like. But that was just the first idea that I had. But I think we could play with the cane. So let's go for now. Let's go. Ginger cat will be a ghost with. And I feel like we should go like a special type of cane, but we'll just do cane for now. A ghost with a.
You could say walking stick.
A ghost with a walking stick.
Because not quite a cane, but I'm kind of picturing something my papa had, and basically it was like a nicely polished stick that was made into a walking stick.
A ghost with a walking stick made of something. And it should be something that's very funny and adds to the dimness of our character.
Oh my god.
A ghost with like a walking stick that's like made out of something really ridiculous. A ghost with a walking stick made out of.
I'm actually not sure what.
Oh my god. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT because I was curious if it gave any ideas. The walking stick, a laser pointer.
Oh my god. Oh, and then occasionally the ginger could accidentally like turn it on or something.
And actually like blinds himself
my
every single
God.
time. That's so funny. A ghost with a walking stick made out of a broken laser pointer.
That is going to be perfect.
I know, that's going to be awesome. And then our vegan cat. A ghost with vegan kitty.
Considering the vegan cat would have died of starvation, I'm actually thinking of like a loose collar, like something that looks like really big on them that shouldn't be.
We could, well, okay, so the vegan cat, we get to the vegan cat near the end of the story. So then that means vegan cat should actually be we should be adding a lot of tension. Even though they're innocent, I think appearance wise, they should probably be very scary. So maybe something like a near like skeleton looking like.
No, that's what I'm thinking is they're like really skinny and have a collar that looks like it's giant.
Okay.
To kind of emphasize it.
A ghost with a
skeletal appearance and an oversized collar.
I think instead of attaching an item, I think we speak to its appearance because that will add tension. A ghost with a skeletal appearance. A ghost with a skeletal a ghost with a skeletal appearance. Yeah, I think we can do that for now. A ghost with a skeletal appearance. Perfect. We got all 8 of our ghosts. Well, I mean, We didn't do Tuxedo Cat in that one because we've already introduced him. So we had, as he spun around, he witnessed more ghostly figures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Awesome. Tuxedo Cat was taunting him. And then a ghost with a skeletal appearance. And then we will end. Hermes. What would be the equivalent of screaming? Hermes. I mean, I guess we could just say it. Hermes yelped in pain as the world deteriorated around him into blackness, into nothing. All right, that will be the prologue. And I think that's actually a really good working prologue, actually. It's a really good. So this is usually what you'll find at the beginning of a choose your own adventure book, or this is what will be the first part of the game. And I think this part we should probably get images for, specifically for this one.
So what I would do is I would put this in a Google Doc that I can access.
And yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Putting it into I'll start putting into the story tomorrow.
Yeah, I started this on Word, but I think on the future parts I'll be writing in Google Docs.
Okay.
I'll start adding all this stuff to Google Docs. And that way we can make it open if other people want to be involved. So this is obviously our prologue, which is awesome. And then we will go to chapter 1, which will be, what was the name for Act 1? I mean, I guess technically, all right, so let me adjust this. Now we're on our page number. All right, so we got our prologue, and then we'll do this as Act 1. Act 1, which, what was our Act 1 called again? The Last Life. The Last Life. Perfect. And this will be awesome. There we go. Just wanted to center this. Beautiful. Act 1, The Last Life. Perfecto. And now we will go to chapter 1, and we can always let people come up. We have a lot of chapter titles, so we can let people maybe add to chapter titles. I think what I'll do in the Google Docs is I'll give different areas for people to add things.
Yeah. Hey, for fans of ginger kitties.
Oh, I gotta drop this real fast. Oh, he's so adorable. What's this cat's name?
So this is Sunspot, and he is just a massive cuddle bug.
Oh, Sunspot.
Yes, I'm talking about you.
He just looks like he likes the attention.
Oh yeah, no, he craves it. He's not vocal like Crow, but he craves it.
Oh. Okay. So I think for now, since I know we're going to be working on Act 1 next week, I think what I'll do is we'll just set up the beginning of this, and then we'll go into how you can be involved. So we've essentially set up the prologue, which is great. The prologue, I feel pretty good about the prologue. I don't know how much we'll worry about editing throughout this month. We'll see depending on timing.
Okay, baby.
All right, so for the chapter 1, I just want to set up the core problem, and then we can let people choose if they want to create paths this week. So the core problem is, let me just, what are we on, Georgia 18? All right, Hermes woke up. Hermes woke up in, Hermes opened his eyes. Opened his eyes from the dream. Opened his eyes. Opened his eyes. He opened his eyes. He was back in his room at the elves, opened his eyes. No, because technically the first thing is going to see Hermes opened his eyes. He was greeted by the crazed. I think our tuxedo cat should probably have yellow eyes, probably, because that would probably make it feel like crazier, right?
Yellow or orange? I say that because I've had a cat with orange eyes, like actual like pumpkin orange, and oh god, if he started getting hyper, it was just creepy almost.
Really?
He was like this big fat ball of black fur with orange eyes just darting around the house. And it just, oh god, it was funny, but it's like also just creepy.
Okay. So Hermes opened his eyes. He was greeted by the crazed. Let's go 1 yellow, 1 orange.
Ooh, that would be really
He was
neat.
greeted by a pair of yellow and orange eyes.
Come on, baby.
He was greeted by a pair of yellow and orange eyes attached to a black tuxedo cat.
Come on.
Attached to a black tuxedo cat. The look, the look, anger, rage, and hatred spoke volumes. Hermes felt his Hermes looked down. Hermes looked down at the what do you think are, I guess Tuxedo Cat probably would have just used his claws, basically, right? Hermes looked down at the Tuxedo Cat's claws, fully dug fully into his stomach, which bled profusely.
Baby. What are you doing, Metal?
I know what spacing is being weird.
As if to reinforce the tuxedo's craziness, my own tux cat is just racing into the room now. She's either asleep or going full throttle, if twice that. So, yeah, she definitely fits the tuxedo mold.
All right.
Can you lay down?
All right. Hermes looked down at the Tuxedo Cat's claws, dug fully into his stomach, which bled profusely. You're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that. Hermes yelped. Tuxedo whispered in his ear. Then we can probably have a clever one line. Tuxedo whispered in his ear. This would be the time I would probably need a clever one line for this. What would Tuxedo whisper in Hermes' ear? 1 yellow and 1 orange eye, both burning with, ooh, I like Marcella. That's way better. 1 yellow and 1 orange eye, both burning with rage and hatred. He was greeted by one. He was greeted by 1 yellow and 1 orange eye, both burning with rage and hatred. They marked the face of the black tuxedo cat, who had pinned him, who had pinned Hermes, who had pinned him to his bed. Hermes looked down at the tuxedo cat's claws, dug flowing in his stomach, which bled profusely. "You're going to pay for that," Hermes yelped. Tuxedo whispered in his ear. Something clever line. Tuxedo whispered in his ear. This.
And what do you think you can do about that?
You're going to pay for that.
Ow.
Don't like my claws. He raised his other paw into the air, detracting another set of claws. Hermes said. Hermes said, "Screw your claws. You're paying for the catnip. You're paying for the catnip, buddy." He doesn't care that he's basically being like clawed to death. He just cares more about the catnip from his dream. Screw your claws. Screw your claws. That's screw your claws. You're paying for the catnip, buddy. Hermes kicked. Hermes kicked the tuxedo cat off him as the culprit landed squarely on all fours. Hermes grabbed his bleeding stomach, lifting himself from his bed. He was greeted to the sounds of an empty. He was greeted by the sounds of silence. He was greeted by the sounds of silence from the from his home, from his home of the Elven Palace. The queen, we'll just go blood elf for now. I can always change up our elf. The blood elf. Actually, it's kind of funny if it's all bloody. He was greeted by the sounds of silence from his home of the Blood Elf Palace. Blood Elf Palace. Hermes grabbed his bleeding stomach, lifting himself from his bed. Blood dripped everywhere. He was greeted by the sounds of silence from his home in the Blood Elf Palace. The queen was probably the blood was probably an upgrade. The bloody bed was probably an upgrade. The now blood-ridden bed, his now blood-ridden bed was probably considered an upgrade by Elven standards. All right. We got some good ones. It will all be over soon. Oh, these guys got some really good ones. It will all be over soon. He puts one paw in his mouth. He whispers, "It's free real estate." Oh, it's kind of funny. That one I like the cleverness. I like the undertone of that because that speaks to his plan. Oh, please! I've been sharpening these claws just for you. Consider it payback for that furball comment.
I think that one works because it ties into the previous comment.
Yeah, well, I'll be. I think I like that it starts with this. So let's go back. You're gonna pay for that Hermes yelp. Tuxedo whispered in his ear. Shh, yeah. Shh. It will be over soon. Consider it payback. It's free real estate. I like this, but I think it's a little. I don't think it's obvious enough quite yet because we're so early.
We'll use it later.
Yeah, I do want to use. I think that'd be better for a later line. Consider it payback for that furball comment. It will be over soon. Consider it payback for that furball comment. He raised his other paw into the air. He raised his other paw into the air, detracting another set of claws, preparing for the kill. Preparing for the kill. Screw your claws. You're paying for the catnip, buddy. Hermes kicked the tuxedo cat off him as the culprit landed squarely on all fours. Hermes grabbed his bleeding stomach, lifting himself from his bed. This would be another one. Hermes grabbed his bleeding stomach, lifting himself from his bed. He glanced over his shoulder. As the blood dripped everywhere. His now blood-ridden bed was probably considered an upgrade by blood elf standards. He looked around. And was surprised to be greeted by the sounds of silence from his home in the Blood Elf Palace. The tuxedo cat raised. The tuxedo cat growled with a furrowed face, eyes dead set on Hermes. Time to pay the piper. I think this is probably time for another nickname. Time to pay the piper. What was the nicknames? Time to pay the piper.
I think Fleabag might work in this case.
Fleabag. Yeah, time to pay the piper, Fleabag. All right, and I think this is about the point to leave it open. So this is the chapter 1, time to pay the piper, Fleabag. Hermes with one hand covering his bleeding stomach. Hermes scanned the environment for options. What should he do next? And I think that's a good stopping point. So you feel like that's probably a good stopping point, right?
Yes.
So, okay. Awesome. I really wanted to hit that stopping point because I feel like we've now set up the prologue. And we've made it very clear. We set up the prologue, we set up the core story, and we've done enough in chapter 1 where now over the course of the next week, we can now give our community options. So excellent. So essentially with where we're at, you're now going to have the option to finish the story. Our Saturday stream next week, let me pull up the adventure right now. So this was day 1 of the 5-week event for Adventure Right Now. So for those of you who haven't seen already, our schedule will be continuing on into writing Act 1 on November 9th. But if you want to be involved next week, you now have the chance that you can create a plot line based on starting right where we ended off. So after What Should He Do Next, we're going to continue the core story next Saturday, and we'll write the core story for Act 1. But if you want to be involved and you want to write your own story, you now have the option for you can now create multiple paths or a dead path for the hero, for the player to now take as they want to progress the Hermes the Cat story. Now, in the guidelines, we've given you options on how to choose which 2 types of paths you want to write, whether you want to write a multiple path with a guideline for one of our to add points to one of the endings, or whether you want to create a dead end path. Regardless of what happens, we're going to take all the paths you guys create and we'll put them together. They might be used in the core story, or you might have them be branching paths for players to be able to choose from. So we're going to be able to do that. This is a great way for you to be involved if you want to receive a co-author credit that we have right here. If you want to contribute as a co-author credit, now at the end of this, you'll be able to turn in the submission guideline. You'll be able to check which path you want to be involved. And then there's a place for you to post your link to the Google Doc form for us to then check. We'll pull up anything that you guys write and we'll review them throughout the week and pull them up for next week in stream. We'll then continue the core story through Act 1 and get through Act 1 next weekend. So I think this was a really, really great start. I think this was really awesome. We accomplished so much today. We've fleshed out an entire story. I know we're broaching a 4-hour stream, so clearly our endurance today was wonderful. And so with your channeling ChatSol, I did about 1,000 words, 1,045 words. All right, and then let's see. I was like, so now we can do this, updating our word count as a community. We got 1,045 words out of 50,000. So we'll see. Are we going to be able to hit the 50,000 words? I guess we'll find out. We need your help because it's time for us to go on an adventure right now. All right, my friends, we'll connect more in the Discord. Make sure, and anybody who offered recommendations today that we used in the core manuscript will receive an Inspired by credit.
Yep.
So we definitely made some great work. For those of you who haven't already, come join us in the Right Now Discord. We're going to continue the conversation in the Discord. We'll put out options. For those of you who haven't joined, link is down in the YouTube description. So we've definitely made some great progress. And this is wrapping up the end of day 1 of our Adventure Right Now event. As we look on towards creative writing on the morrow, make sure if you enjoyed the stream, tap that like button on the way out and let us know that you got value out of this. Help us show the algorithms that writing streams are cool. And I'll be back tomorrow for a simple writing sprint, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. I think that's all we got, so.
Yeah. I'll say tomorrow, probably really late in the evening. Well, for myself, I'll actually do a live stream through Discord of starting the writing for the prologue, so that people can see what it looks like when I'm actually writing a game.
That's going to be really cool. That'll be really cool. And you're going to do that in the Discord?
Yes.
Awesome. So that'll be really cool. Maybe I said figure out what time you want to do it. Maybe you can use the event feature in the morning if
Yeah,
you
I'll
wanted to
figure it
leverage it
out.
like that.
I'll figure it out after the stream is done.
Mhm.
I'd say for Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to be shooting for about 7 to 8 p.m.
Okay.
That seems to be when a lot of people are really active, and well, I don't have to worry about getting my kid into bed because that's when he goes to bed.
Like that will be perfect. So we'll make really good timing of it. And yeah, more to come. I will also update. We will include a Google Doc for people to be more involved, and we'll put out the information for anybody who wants to add to the story. I'll update that either later tonight or tomorrow for anybody who wants to start writing their own path. And I think that's all we got for today. Thank you all for joining us. So we got some great inspiration inspired by WTC.
Got to admit, you did have a lot of good names and some good lines.
Mass Toaster, like, wait, I thought the Egyptian cat saved him. I am confused. Well, he hasn't been saved yet, right? So the next plot point is technically when we look at those plot points we did, for clarification. So technically, and I'll pull this up real fast. So technically for those plot points, so far we've written this part and we've written this part. These parts haven't happened yet. So it's now going to be up to you guys to create any branching paths before or until the Egyptian cat comes in and saves them. So that's a great question. We will write the Egyptian cat arc next weekend. We'll also do the pirate cat arc. So if somebody wants to write some branching paths in between, or they're like, hey, you know what? I want to take on the Egyptian cat arc. You could give it a shot based on what you feel. So these are the two arcs that we're going to have to write to get us to Act 2. Great question, Mass Toaster. Great question. We're leaving it open-ended so that way the community can be involved however they want. Awesome. And then definitely if you guys have any questions, drop them in the Discord. We have an Adventure Right Now Discord channel, so that way we can answer your questions.
Yep.
And yeah, that's all we got for you. Don't forget to like the stream. We appreciate you guys. I'm Kaufman, and this is
ChatSol.
And we'll catch you on the morrow. Stay creative, writers.